Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday, August 1st, 2025. Specifically, if you're wondering the year, if you're watching this years later and don't know, you can also always check the description if you really care. Or the upload date, that's also a pretty good clue as to what year it is when this is currently happening. Hey, everyone in chat. Hello, Freddy, Rock Party 06I, Ratchet Toad, anyone else watching along. How you doing? It's Friday, and it's been a pretty chill week. Not much going on, I think, but enough going on where we will have to talk about stuff, which is good because it's good to have stuff to talk about, I guess. I don't know. It's good to have stuff to talk about, right? They say it's good to live in interesting times. I think right now the times are... they're alright. They're not as interesting as they could be. That's probably a good thing. I don't know. There have been more interesting times this year, but boy howdy, this is a time. This is definitely a time. Oh, my phone is not responding to input my web browser. That's fucking not great. What the hell, Chrome? Let me get that sorted out. Okay, there we go. I'll say, actually, Rock Party, Freddy on the YouTube side actually was trying to submit a little before you, but had some trouble because the YouTube bot was not up yet. So actually, it's Freddy who's first, for what it's worth. But let me say before we begin, got some stuff to talk about real quick before we start, before we get into things. How are y'all doing? Hope you're doing good. Let me say a couple things up front. And I'm gonna make myself big because the first thing I want to talk about is I did in fact get a customized mouse to match my keyboard, which I mentioned last week. I mentioned last week how I have this very nice Famicom themed keyboard, and indeed earlier this week I did receive custom keycaps for my nice fancy mouse that sort of make it match. And after the stream on Sunday, was there a Sunday stream? What the fuck did I do this weekend? Jeez, I forget when I first showed these off, if that was on Tuesday or whatever, but point is, at some point after first showing them or before, I don't know, I polished them using like sandpaper and water. Turns out, if you want to sand something down that's like plastic, you wet it down first so it doesn't get fucked up, and as a result, it is very smooth, despite being a 3D print, you know. Despite being a 3D print, it's very smooth. In fact, it was a little too smooth, so I hit it with some more sanding, and then I realized, like, oh, that kind of messed up the color, making it a little bit rougher, so I re-sanded it a little bit more, and now it's somewhere in between. And I'm still happy with it. I still think it's close enough to the color of the keyboard. Could be a tad bit darker, but it feels right to the touch, and I've been enjoying having the matchingness of it. I think I might get another keyboard and mouse combo so that I can have like one that goes back and forth to the office and two that stay home at the couch and at the computer, you know. That would be ideal to have 3 sets of them. I think I would have to customize this other set to, you know, match these, to, like, you know, be a matching thing with the keyboard and a mouse situation, but that can be arranged. I found someone on a Discord who was willing to print them for me. Maybe they'd be willing to print more. I don't know. To be determined. Another thing I would like to discuss real fast is, yes, I got the 8BitDo 64 controller for Analog 3D, which has been long delayed. I ordered it months and months and months ago. It was delayed past its original estimated date because the Analog 3D got delayed, which I am not getting. I don't care about that. I just wanted a very nice N64 style controller with N64 style buttons, and I think it's pretty swell. It has like a Hall effect stick and a layout that is oopsie daisy. It has a layout that is like N64 style. Now, this is currently only compatible with Switch 2 when you do an update to it. And this update is a little cumbersome. Currently, the updater that's on their website is not updated, so it doesn't have the firmware that you need for this. But if you do a support ticket, they will get in touch and give you like a thing that updates it for you. So that is how I'm playing on Switch 2 right now. I also recently got an 8BitDo USB connector dealie, and I can also connect that to that, and it'll be treated like a Switch controller, and I can, I've mapped it accordingly to like, make sense for N64 Online. Honestly, I find that the mapping by default is not great for N64 Online because this ends up being your, like, menu button, this trigger here, and these triggers really should both be Z. They're both labeled Z, so I feel like that needs some customization. The software that should be able to customize it, that's not available yet, so I'm just sort of doing it by a weird hack right now, using that other 8BitDo product that I happened to buy right before getting this, which I'll say, like, next week, I'm going to be finishing Banjo-Tooie. I'm about to do Cloud Cuckoo Land is the next world I have to do. And in Cloud Cuckoo Land, there's Canary Mary, and since the Banjo-Tooie playthrough I've been doing has been based around using the cheat code Super Banjo, in the first stream, I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I should just use Turbo. I should go get a controller that has Turbo in it, and that'll be great. And coincidentally, you know what? This is a controller that has Turbo in it, so fucking hell, 8BitDo, you've somehow got me a controller just when I needed it. I did also buy a thing that lets me connect a different controller and give that Turbo from you, but, that's fine. It was like 20 bucks. I don't begrudge you for having good timing. But I guess all that to say, like, turns out I kind of didn't need it. All I needed is this. And, like, once you can remap it freely, I won't need that dumbass little thing at all. And it'll just be good to go with, just this dealie, which, is real nice. And I'll say I will be playing with this tonight, since, all I need is the left stick, and an A and a B and a shoulder button to do this game, I'm pretty sure. Though I don't have a Y, so I won't be able to... Shit, I guess I really won't be able to get into my profile, because you can't, like, select it manually, can you? You can't scroll over, you have to hit the Y button, which I don't have. Crap. Okay, well, still, point is, gonna be playing with this. Now, one more thing I want to talk about before we begin. You know, this new controller, I didn't buy it to be another N64 online controller, which I already have one, to be clear. What I bought it for was primarily used with the PC, so I could play N64 games on my PC more conveniently, and, especially for, like, randomizers and things of that nature. With that in mind, I am happy to say that I had a good idea, and on Sunday, 2 days from now, I will be doing Ocarina Randomizer on Sunday with a twist. And that twist is basically, that's the wrong thing. Where the hell? Why don't I have my alt images? Oh no. Okay, that's screwy. There we go. Here we go. The twist is, it's Ocarina of Time Randomizer, but I have junked every Child Link check. I have junked everything that you do as Child Link. Furthermore, I have decided to start with everything that you would get in those first 3 dungeons, and also Bottom of the Well, and the one in the desert that's the child part. everything you can get as a child, everything you do get as a child, I have decided to start with, and the remaining checks are specifically ones that you can get as an adult or a child. Not anything that's just child only is junked. Don't need to do it. Don't need to be a child at all. That's right. So on Sunday it'll be Ocarina of Time, adult only, no child Link. And I'm hoping that'll be a fun way to play that. That does mean I have to do all 5 adult dungeons, which are, not short. It will be keysy, so there won't be keys to deal with. It'll just be all the remaining items, and also the boss keys. I will have to get boss keys, just no small keys, if that makes sense. That is the plan for Sunday. I'm very curious how long that's gonna take. Is that going to be a good length for hey Ida? Is that gonna be a good length for Ocarina of Time Randomizer? I don't know. I spent all yesterday setting it up after having the idea, at the end of my workday yesterday. I have it all set up with a nice tracker that's been nicely customized. I can also make it so that the map with the the various places that we can check can appear on screen at any time at the push of a button, and got that all ready to go. And basically it's gonna be a pretty nice stream. Hopefully it'll be a fun one, and it'll be a good way to break in the new analog 8-bit 64 controller for analog 3D controller. That'll be a good bit. Look forward to that. That's on Sunday. Okay, that's what's going on. Let me make myself nice and small, and let's make this nice and big. Because you know what time it is, folks. That's right, it is time to do some viewer levels. We're gonna do a whole bunch of viewer levels in a first come, first serve basis. 12 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough, is how it works if you're here when your level comes up with Freddy Fazbear is. I'll also say, it's first person of the night. You're good, If I take 5-10 minutes to give my spiel at the top, I don't hold that against you, Point is, that's how it works. If you're here, we do that. If you're not here, we still play the level, but we do so in very nearly, but not quite sudden death, which is 2 tries, refreshing at checkpoints, and that's it. And if we die twice, we die twice, and it's over. Oh wow, this is a hard one. That is my compromise between playing more levels and prioritizing the people who are present. The former of which I just think is fun. It's fun to play more levels, and of course the latter of which is important as well. It's of course important to prioritize and such the people who are, here for it. You know what I mean? We all know what I mean. It's viewer levels, folks. Let's do it. Okay. It's been a nice little week, hasn't it? And I'll say we'll talk about the stuff about this week as we get into things. Oh, this is another 1-1. I see. This is 1-1, but high precision. Very high precision. And that was maybe one of the... It's gonna be hard to get off that one without dying, or I'm gonna have to get a nice running start, aren't I? Let's go, let's do it. I'll say there was, honestly ended up being a little bit more game news than I expected. We have quite a few on the docket tonight, like, different game stories to talk about. Obviously there was a direct, that's like, the first thing to talk about, but there was news this morning. There was some non-Nintendo news, which tended to be better. That news tended to be better, but also like, better but less interesting, I guess. Or better but like, yeah, okay, whatever. You know? Feel like the headline is definitely the two pieces of Nintendo news, the Direct and the other thing that happened this morning, which we will talk about in good fashion. There's also games. There's also, you know, I'll say it bears mentioning that my Universal vacation is coming up. It's basically in a week from now. After next week's Friday stream, on Sunday, I'll be flying out to Orlando to spend a week at Universal Orlando, and particularly having 2 Epic Universe days. I need to decide if I'm gonna get like Express, if it's like $200-300 for a day. Is that something that's worth it? To be fair, the hotel does cost, like, you know, not... That's just a fraction of what a hotel for a week costs. You know, at a Universal hotel, even if you're going with the Aventura, a cheap one. But, you know, we'll think about that. I also need to decide if I'm getting the Disney Plus for the... I'm doing a day at the end of the week at Disney and doing it with my cousins. And I need to decide if I'm gonna buy us all the Disney Plus thing. Not Disney Plus, Disney Fast Pass Plus or whatever. Apparently it's like $30 a person. It's not bad. Like, I can do that for my whole, for everyone that's joining in. Hello, Supernova. I don't know if my, both my cousins are down. I need to remind me tomorrow at 10 a.m. Seriously, start a group chat for the Disney planning. I need to get on that. I hear that you have to, like, reserve those, like, a week ahead of time now, like your Fast Pass, rides. And you know, if I could get, like, Tron, and, what else should I go at, if I could get, like, a midday Tron, if I could get, like, an early morning, Slinky Dog, and Rise of the Resistance, if I could get a late night, Guardians of the Galaxy, that'd be, like, the perfect day. That would be, like, ABC, perfect. One park, next park, next park. Efficient, you know. But also, like, all rides that I've done before, other than Test Track, and, I should probably try to go on Tatiana's, also. So, you know, it pales in comparison to, like, all the Universal stuff, but point is, that's coming up. We'll talk about that, a bit later. Now, why don't we start on, like, the first topic? I got these cards, let me pull them and we'll talk about things in order, rather than trying to jump ahead and get an idea like, oh, what are we talking about later? Hey, did you see the Partners Nintendo Direct? It was boring. Yeah, there was that, you didn't say Tatiana? Is it not Tatiana? Tatiana's, Enchanted Journey? The one that replaced, what is it actually? Tiana's. What's it called? What's the full name of the ride? I've not been on it, and it's not, like, gotten the most sterling reputation, but, like, man, I'm probably gonna ride Yoshi. It can't be, you know, I rid Yoshi at, in Japan, by the way, let me say, so, you know, I know what Yoshi is like. I know it's basically a people mover, and, well, I'll ride it because now it's at the other park. You know, I'll say, I don't think I would wait, like, 2 hours for Mario Kart, having ridden it already in Japan, but, maybe I'll get Express and have, like, an easy first day, and then second day, like, prioritize the favorite stuff. I don't know, let me think about it. Express is really nice. Hey, we got past this part again. I thought it was a more fancy name than Tiana. I thought it was Tatiana or something. That's like a name, isn't it? like more of a Russian name, I guess, than a storybook name. I don't know where I got Tatiana from. Anyhoo, let's talk about that damn direct. Was kind of shit, wasn't it? I don't know about y'all, but I watched it first thing in the morning as it was happening. Watched it. That was yesterday, right? After the it was yesterday, yeah, Thursday. And woke up, watched it in the morning, and was just very, very bored for the entire length. I think it's a serious problem in your Nintendo Direct when, like, you got 25 minutes, right? You have 25 minutes to present a bunch of third-party games, and one of the games you present is Star Wars Outlaws, a game that famously came out everywhere else and flopped. You know, the flop from last year, that, I'll be honest, even before it came out, when a press conference was like, and we got Star Wars Outlaws, check this out, it was kind of a boring thing to begin with. And then it came out and everyone's like, yeah, this is kind of like a 3 out of 5. You know, you probably have better games to be playing right now than Star Wars Outlaws, even though I guess it does have a Jedi in it. I don't know if it has does it have Jedis in it? I don't even know if it has Jedis in it. It's the brand that you like, you know. It's who cares, right? That was a bad. I feel like that was a bad thing. It didn't help that, like, basically all their announcements were, like, similarly, like, D-tier. Couple of games you never heard of. Couple of games where it's like, oh, yeah, Yakuza Kiwami 2. Yeah, I didn't play Kiwami 1, actually. That was one of the Yakuza games that I skipped because there's too damn many Yakuza games. I honestly still never finished Infinite Wealth, and if there's one I would finish right now, it would probably be Infinite Wealth. Really, put Infinite Wealth on Nintendo Switch too. Then I could, like, I would have to play through, like, 10 hours that I got through. It's like a 100-hour game. I don't know. It's sort of a hard proposition, honestly. As much as I like the Yakuza games a lot, whenever they're 100 hours long, it's just like, yeah, man, I don't know if you can put out a 100-hour game once a year. That's, I didn't finish the last one. I petered out on the last one, so, like, yeah. Whenever I play them, I'm having a great time, and then I'm just like, ooh, man, do I have 100 hours right now? I don't know. Those games would be much better served if they were, like, clear obscure length, which I still haven't gotten through, also. What the fuck was there for major announcements? Were there major announcements? I feel like the most major announcement they had there was The Adventures of Elliot, which is just like, you know, you saw Octopath Traveler 0, I guess. I didn't play the other two Octopath Travelers, and this one's apparently based on the mobile game, which is maybe a gacha game. But maybe this one is a version where it's not a gacha game, so that's probably better. That was like the double whammy for, like, big announcements at the end of that. Like, oh yeah, we got Adventures of Elliot, which looks like a sort of like a Zelda, sort of like a top-down Zelda-looking game in the HD 2D style, which, I'll be honest, I'm really over. I saw that and my thoughts just went, man, it's time to stop making games that look like this. I'm sorry, it's not, no. I'm tired of it. I feel like whenever they do Chrono Trigger like that was my thought when I saw the trailer, honestly. When they mentioned Time Traveler, I was like, is this gonna be like a Chrono Cross sequel? Which, honestly, I did put Chrono Cross on my Retroid the other day, and I played like 5 minutes of it, and I didn't understand what the fuck I was supposed to be doing. But, like, yeah, no, like, if they did better Chrono Cross, like a better successor to Chrono Trigger. I say that as if Sea of Thieves doesn't already exist. That would be cool, but like, man, I don't know. I hope they don't remake Chrono Trigger with that art style. They should just put that on SNES Online, or port the DS version, which is really good, by the way. The DS version is probably the best version of Chrono Trigger. Anyway, I don't know. Very, very boring to me. I feel like there probably were a couple games where some people would look at them and go like, yeah, hey, there's another trailer for Monster Hunter, or whatever. I don't think it was even a main Monster Hunter. I think it was like a side content thing. Like, oh, you're gonna hunt some Rathalos or something. You're the best Rathalos hunter in the world. 5 tries, let's go. That's 5 tries, let's go. I don't know. It was such a nothing direct. It was such a nothing direct. I had predicted, you know... Obviously, last week, when we were talking about a rumored direct, you know, we definitely thought it would be a real direct, right? We definitely were predicting things like, oh, some sort of, you know, 99 type product. Some sort of F-Zero 99, but for another franchise, you know what I mean? Tetris 9, that sort of thing. We got a Luigi. Okay, I can do Luigi. You got it.
Oh yeah.
Channel point redemption from Ida to switch to Luigi. Let me die and get Luigi up. What was I saying? We all expected it to be a real direct. We all expected it to have real things, and even when it comes to, like, Nintendo Switch releases, 2 releases, I was kind of expecting, like, them to be like, okay, we're getting the mother load, we're getting, like, you know, not just any game now on Switch 2, but I was expecting things like, oh, bring out Clair Obscure, bring out Expedition 33. Bring out Blueprints. Bring out some real bangers. Some real games that have reviewed really well this year, that people are really excited about, that people could use on their Switch 2s. Bring out, like, hell, even Doom the Dark Ages. That one's the new one. Doom the Dark Ages would be a better get than Hackman World 2. No, that's not a Xbox Series X game that has been desperately needed on Switch 2. PS5 era game that's been desperately needed on Switch on the Nintendo platform. That's just one of them. Also, it's gotten out that some of these games that came out on Switch 1 specifically that didn't get a Switch 2 version are worse on Nintendo as a result, because, you know, like that Contra, or what was the guy with the sword, the Shinobi, what's that series called that came out the other day that had a game come out? Apparently it's 30 frames a second on the Switch because it's a Switch version and it doesn't have a Switch 2 port yet, so like maybe hold off on Ninja Gaiden. That's it. Maybe hold off on that for now, I guess. Kind of shitty when, like, you can watch a direct and go like, oh, but because it's a Switch version, you shouldn't buy it because, you know, the curse of the Switch is not over yet, apparently, because there's still fucking Switch 1 versions coming out that don't include Switch 2 versions. I thought that was, like, the most insane thing, I think, of the direct. You know, if I had to say one takeaway that is, if I had to say one major takeaway, it's that, like, man, I can't believe they did that direct and they had games there that was still Switch 1 only. I mean, come on, developers. You gotta get the fuck off Switch 1, like, pronto. If you have a Switch game and you haven't made a Switch 2 version, delay the damn thing. Don't come out yet. It's not a good idea. Fuck it. Say, okay, we're gonna wait 2 months to make our Switch 2 version. Please give us a dev kit. That might be the other thing. Dev kits might be really in higher... a lot of people might not have gotten their dev kits yet, which Nintendo, get that shit taken care of. Come on. Not a great Direct, but whatever. There's still games coming out for the Switch 2. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fine. Hey, whatever. Thank you for the level, Freddy. We weren't able to do it. It was pretty damn hard, as you could see. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next level, which is by Rock Party, and Rock Party was saying pipers before submitting, so we'll do that for sure. Any last thoughts on Nintendo Direct? I'll say, I think like the most exciting Nintendo announcement didn't come in the Direct. It came a week before the Direct in that Mario Paint announcements that they putting out Nintendo Mario Paint, and it supports the mouse controls, and even on the Switch 1 you can play it. You just have to plug in a physical mouse, you know, which you have a mouse, you can do it. Does it work with wireless mouses? I don't know. I have a Switch too, so I don't have to find out. Let's play the Pipers. Excellent. Rock Party is here, by the way. Was there anything good that I missed that I'm overlooking? I feel like, as I was looking at other games later that day, I couldn't help but say like, oh hey, that would be a good game for a Nintendo Direct if you were to do one. You know? Oh, that's a game that came out. I did say that of the Ninja Gaiden game as well, and someone said like, it was in there, dipshits. And I was like, okay, well that's fair. I didn't say that, but in my head I was like, you got me. You don't. It didn't need to be replied to. I was just fucking around anyway. I wasn't, you know, I wasn't looking for an actual fact. But like, pretty much any game that you could think of, I feel like I could put that together a better Direct than Nintendo did. Provided that everyone was getting in touch with me saying like, hey, I got a Switch 2 version. Can you give me Direct time? These things are valuable, man. Like, how did it end up being just the most shit-ass lineup imaginable? That's just embarrassing, man. Hey, Blazer B. Hell yeah. Wow, that's a massive raid. Look how many rockets are going by. That's an indication of how many viewers came in with the raid. How you doing? Let me give you a shout out and that whole business. Yep. That's a shout out template message. You were playing Mario Maker 2 as well. That's great. So am I. Let me explain what we're doing. This is viewer levels. You get in queue right now. And on a first-come, first-served basis, you can get your level played for 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. At this point, there are a lot of levels in queue, so there's a good chance by the time your level comes up, depending on like how fast some of the other levels are. Let me give you a follow as well. There you go, Blazer B. There you go. It might be the lightning round by the time your level comes up. Keep that in mind. What is the lightning round, you ask? Well, that's a great question. The lightning round is a gimmick that I do. Should I call it a gimmick? It's a part of the stream wherein I only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way, 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 under certain conditions. And this, you know, keeps the stream moving, keeps it going, and means that, you know, every time I do viewer levels, I clear out the queue. So if you're in queue, you will get your level played. And also, if you're not here when your level comes up, I will play your level still, but I'll do it in sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries refreshing at checkpoints. So keep that in mind. You know, get them in early, get them in, soon as you can, you know, with the ordering and all. I'll also say there are subscriber incentives. You can, once a stream do one of two things. You either get an express pass, which lets you skip the line, but I only get 3 lives refreshing at checkpoints. And the other thing is that, thank you for the follow, Terrabot, is the instant refresh, which is when there are lives in play, including on other people's levels, you know, not just your own, an instant refresh will put me at 7 lives, the maximum, and will give us a new lease on life. So, you know, if you are, you know, not so interested in making, but still want to give me money, you can, and then you can, like, you know, extend the length of a level that, we otherwise would have to move on from. It's good to meet y'all. We were just talking about, and by the way, if you're wondering, in addition to playing levels, I will be talking about stuff. It's cool and good. I was just talking about the Nintendo Direct and how, like, kind of boring and dull it was. If anyone wants to contramand me and say, like, oh man, I loved the... I love the Hyrule Warriors 3 trailer. You can say that if you want. I didn't get the last Hyrule Warriors. I kind of thought the first one was, it's okay, but it's like, yeah, it's okay, but I don't want to, like, you know, finish it. And that's, like, reason enough to not buy the sequel. And definitely reason enough to not buy the sequel to the sequel. Yeah, that was a disappointing Direct. I came out of it going like, man, that was one of the poopiest Directs in a while. Just, nothing doing, nothing interesting. I can't, for the life of me, think of anything that was, like, good at all. Like, I kind of thought the mouse game looked cute, I guess. Honestly, there are announcements today that were more interesting than anything of that fucking Direct, which, that is an embarrassment when, you know, fucking no-name events are out doing your partner's Direct. Speaking of poopy, I heard the other day, and this is completely unrelated to Nintendo, by the way, I heard the other day that, like, young, red-pilled men are not wiping their asses because they think it is, and I quote, gay? Is that true? I hear that and I go, my god, I hope that's not true. That's... unthinkable. That's... what are you doing? Apparently there's a bunch of, like, viral TikToks. I've heard there's a bunch of viral TikToks where, like, girlfriends are reporting on their boyfriends, just not wiping ass. And that being a thing of the next generation. I don't know. I just thought that was horrifying, and, wanted to share that for some reason. It's so strange to see, Blazer in chat, not a streamer. Right, because he was just, he did the raid, yeah. That's always how it is, you know, sometimes you gotta do a raid. It's good to have y'all. It's good to have, the normal folks as well. Get your levels in if you care to. Again, you know, there are a lot in queue. They will get longer. You know, we have, I think in, like, the last few weeks, we've had queues that went up to 20 levels long, and I'll say, in all those cases, they do get gun. Hey, Zombie Overlord, that's right. Long time no see. Has it been a minute? I don't keep track of how often I see every viewer in my stream, though I do think you're right. I don't think it's been a minute since I've seen, your name. Feel free to give level if you please. You just finished uploading a disorienting course? Wonderful. I'm sure we'll see that later. I got a whole bunch of cards later to talk about the kids these days and things of that nature, by the way, so we don't have to talk about their poopy buttholes right just now. Again, that is in context of I heard on a podcast the other day, again, I heard on a podcast on the voicemail dump truck, the Giant Bomb feature voicemail dump truck, I heard that, it's 2 a.m. for you, Tara Bird. Gotcha. Take it easy. See you later, Blazer. You gotta eat. That's important, man. I understand. Yep. On the voicemail dump truck, they were saying that, people don't wipe their asses anymore. Kids today, men today, they think it is a, they're not secure in their masculinity, so they want to walk around with dirty asses, basically, is the situation. They're red-pilled. They're, like, very conservative. I'm pretty sure, though, it is a American value to have a clean ass. If you were to ask, like, George... I don't know if you were to ask George Washington if his ass was clean. What? Would you ask George I'm sure there's a historian who can answer if George Washington had a clean butthole. But you know what? I think I would rather not know how clean George Washington's butthole was. I think having a clean butthole is one of those American values, just like staying indoors and, watching TV. Those are American pastimes right there. That is the American way, to sit on couch, to have a clean butthole, and to, watch TV and play video games and do things of that nature indoors without, within a sedimentary lifestyle. That's right, that's the American dream. To sit around in in comfy clothes and, watch TV and stuff. There's a lot of things I'm not proud of as far as, like, America goes right now, but I am proud of our commitments to a sedimentary lifestyle, and I am proud of, our clean buttholes. I'll admit, though, Japan does have us beat on buttholes. They have the whole bidet situation going. We don't got that yet. But we do, we like the double ply. Do they have double ply wherever it goes? I don't know how to say sedentary. I don't know how you say that. I always say it wrong. Don't worry about it. Sedentary. Sedentary? That sounds equally wrong. Sedentary. I think sedimentary sounds nicer, because it's a word as well. You get it. How do we get from Nintendo Directs to Poopy Buttholes? How did we get there? It's cool, it's fun. That's, welcome to the stream, everyone, from the raid. And also, Body Menk. Hello, hello. And Coco. Did I say hello to you when you said hi, Coco? Hello, Coco. How you doing on the YouTube side? I appreciate the YouTube side as well, even if it's less active than the Twitch side, which did just get a massive raid, so, it tracks. I also think, I bet Twitch is a lot better about telling people that a streamer is online compared to YouTube. Maybe it's different if you were to hit bell. I don't know. I don't usually hit bell. I know I shouldn't say that as a streamer. I should be encouraging everyone to hit bell and saying, like, oh, I definitely hit bell every time. But, nah, I don't usually think about these things too much. I just go with the flow. Let's go! 5 last tries, and that's it. We only just got to this last part of the level this stream. So we're only getting a couple of tries on it, unfortunately, but what are you gonna do? It's a hard level. Maybe this week isn't the week that we clear it. We've been working on this one for, like, a couple of months now, it feels like. If anyone's wondering, like, how I'm first trying this, on-sighting this, I'm not. I've seen it many times when we've gotten as far as those thwomps over there on the right-hand side. That is the situation. It's that way relative to camera. Oop. That one doesn't count. I realized I didn't pop the try. I need to pop the try. Gotta keep that nice and honest. I think, speaking of poopy buttholes, I think that 2-ply should be governmentally required to be used at all places. I think that 1-ply should be illegal. Is that a hot take? Is there a reason why 1-ply should be allowed in bathrooms anywhere? I think it's only used if you really don't care about whoever's wiping their ass in the place where ass wiping is taking place. And as a result, I feel like I only have to deal with it when I'm like in a Airbnb situation or something. Need to remember, we should maybe count those again. Wasn't it like 10 or 12 before you have to hit to the side? Half-ply? There's half-ply? No, there's not. Half-ply? You gotta be shitting me. You had it in the bag and fumbled it? Yeah, I did. I did do that. We've gotten that far before. Alas, it wasn't this time. Rip, rip. I can't believe there's half-ply. What the fuck? Last week, I talked a bit about the vacation I took 2 weeks ago now, and we had the rental house had like the rental beach house had 1-ply, which sucked. Maybe it was half-ply. I don't know. I really don't know how many ply something is. I just knew that it was wholly insufficient. You should not be allowed to have that toilet paper that shitty. It's not fit to task. Thank you for the level. Thank you for the level. Rock Party. Let's bring up the next one. Let me go ahead and hit Lost and bring up the next one by Ratchet Toad. Thank you, thank you. Ratchet Toad, go ahead and confirm. Why don't we now talk about the other piece of news? By the way, I'll say for the lightning round, let's say 7:30. I'll say 7:30. We don't have that many cards tonight. There's not that much to talk about. So we'll say 7:30, maybe 7:40 for when we start that, depending on what's good. There's not really a thing called half-ply, but there's ones that are thinner than the average 1-ply. I think that's just called a ripoff then. That's just a ripoff, Fast SMM2. That's gotta be a ripoff. That sucks. For real. Ratchet Toad, go ahead and confirm. Let me get in chat the thing where Ratchet Toad can see and see that they're up. Meanwhile, why don't I do another card? Did you hear that the price of Nintendo hardware going up? Yeah, that's sort of the big news today, and kind of low-key overshadowing anything that was announced at the Direct, because, again, they announced nothing at the Direct. Yeah, it's only $5 more for Switch 2 Joy-Cons. That's the thing that's worth noting, is that most things Switch 2, including the Switch 2 itself, is not going up. The Joy-Cons are. Pro Controller increase? No Pro Controller increase. Do you mean no comma, Pro Controller increase, or do you mean there was no Pro Controller increase? I'm pretty sure, like, the main story is, like, the price of the Nintendo Switch Lights and the Nintendo Switch OLED. They're not carrying the original Switch anymore, right? That's long gone. In any case, those two things are both going up in price, and now I think the OLED is like $400. I think that's what I heard, so it's just like $50 less than the new thing, which is just, you know, it's a sign of the times. It is one of those ongoing tariff effects, and I cannot blame Nintendo for it. There's one man that I blame for all of this. Unprecedented times insofar as consumer electronics jumping up skyrocketing upwards after years of just like the standard being like, oh, you put out a new console and you drop the old one to like bargain bin status. You know, there's one man you can blame for this across the board, whether it's PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, OLED. There's one man, and we know who it is. It is, of course, Elon Musk, the former czar of efficiency at Doge. No, that's the other guy. The guy who was that guy's boss, he currently left that. I don't know what the fuck's happening with that dude. I'm pretty sure he still sucks. And you know, even if he did leave the group chats, as it were, because it was impacting his main moneymakers and his stock prices and things of that nature, which it should. You shouldn't be able to be a Nazi without taking a hit on the share price. I'm pretty sure that's reasonable. To me, that's reasonable. Let's play the level. Ratchet is here. To me, that's a reasonable thing that could happen, yes. You had another CP about why your white flag is gone? Oh, did I beat this before? Oh, no, I played it before. Right, this is what we played last week. In the, towards the end. I'll try to remember everything that we discovered back then. Right, okay, so you jump. I gotta jump and jump back, that's the key there. It toggles based on, like, when you pass. When you jump like this. Oopsie daisy. Yoshi's just dead, and that means that we're done for. It's kind of good it makes the OLED and Switch 2 price difference not so much. I mean, insofar as, like, yeah, you know, it does make it so that it's not that overpriced, but, you know, I definitely think that the price was always, like, the tariffs are a big part of, like, why these prices are what they are. It's also, you know, I do think the Switch 2, for what it's worth, is priced comparably with, similar devices, you know, and there are much more expensive devices like a, you know, a Steam Deck and things of that nature. I just saw on, Retro Games Core, I just saw them put out a video about a $1,300, Windows 11, Nintendo Switch 3DS shaped device that's basically like a clamshell, retro handheld with 2 screens, so it's good for 3DS games. And that's $1,300, so like, yeah, man, I don't know. Honestly, I think 500 is pretty reasonable for a device that is, like, not understated. And the Switch 2 is not understated, so, you know, take that as a, as a benefit. Take that as a positive. We're feeling pretty good about it. Alright, we got this far before. I don't think it was last week, actually. I think it was, like, 2-3 weeks ago. Maybe, like, a month ago. I remember this one. It's just been a while. Now that, we see a little bit more. You know, when I had it, it was in the lightning round, so I couldn't see if there was anything over here. I couldn't go over here and see, like, okay, what happens if you head over here and, do some stuff. And, I hit an on-off. Was that a mistake? Speaking of mistakes, that's, was unrelated to the on-off, but, very clearly a mistake. You don't want that mushroom. It, makes you die, and also there's a gap where you wouldn't fit anyway. Too big, you know. You'd be too big. Too tall. Too girthy, you know. I think, Small Mario and, you know, Small Luigi, Big Luigi, they're both equally girthy, actually, so that's, I don't know why I said that. Don't worry about it. Curious about that. Anyway, of the Switch 2 price, I still think it's a perfectly fine value. Do not buy an OLED or a Nintendo Switch Lite. Don't. Wait until they have a Switch 2 Lite if you want a just dedicated handheld device. Or, you know, there's plenty of retro handhelds that are pretty cool right now that you could invest in. Plenty of those. And, hey, we want to get through here so we can get the, Yoshi. Probably could have saved that, maybe. I don't know. Ah! Anyway, a lot to chew on with that whole situation, I guess. A lot of, we all understand, right? It's because tariffs. It's because tariffs exist that, you know, we can't have nice things. Let's try this pipe. I'm not sure if we ever found out if this pipe was bad or not. Interesting. Okay, well, we made the P-block race. And we're... What's wrong with this room? Why? This is a troll level. This is going too well. This is going too well. What? Oh, wait, I've been here before. I remember. This is nothing. This is a dead end. That's right. That's the trollish element there. Yes. Yes. It's been a while since I was there. It's been like probably weeks, if not months. So, excuse me for forgetting. I also forgot about the fish earlier. Ow. The checkpoint is really nice, though. I think this checkpoint wasn't there before. Anyway, if anyone was looking to buy any of these things, you know, just... It's not in effect yet, and it won't be even when this VOD... If you watch this tomorrow, on Saturday, I think you still have until Sunday to buy things at the current retail price. So, like, you know, get on that, I guess. But also, like, other than maybe the Joy-Cons, I don't think any of those are really, recommended. Oh boy, this is such... Blue has to be off for this room. Got it. Blue off. Also, are we fucking ourselves up by getting these keys? It might be these keys, like, prevent you from going into... There could be a situation where you need hit up, and you go into a door instead if you have a key. That's a possibility, but it's pretty tricky to set up. You're probably not doing it. I don't know. We'll see. Wouldn't surprise me. Right. Here. How we want to do is we want to... Previous arrows haven't steered you wrong. And the arrow is pointing at the key. Gotcha, Ratchet Toad. Thanks for the hint. Thanks for the assurance. I am definitely thinking now if there's a way to get that... I don't think there's a way to get the Yoshi out of the hole. Let's say, for arguments. There's not a way to get that Yoshi out of that hole. And if the Yoshi is just stuck in the hole, there's no point in... We don't get anything else by going in... Get anything else out of going into the hole. We gotta keep moving. Oh. Oh. Anyway. I can't help but just see the price increase as a sign of the times, you know. It's happened in Canada. It's happened in, for Xbox and PlayStation. Or just Xbox, or did PlayStation already put their prices up? I'm not sure. But, like, it's sort of not a Nintendo news story. It's a, you know, general news story. It's just... Oh, maybe stay in the middle. Maybe stay in the middle there. And then, like, jump off the cannonball to get some height. I'm wondering if that'll get us enough height to go wherever we're going. But it's worth a shot, even if I don't know. Sign of the times, you know? Just what is going to happen due to tariffs, which have not really gone away. They just, have become easier to forget about. You know, easier to go like, oh, you know, like, yeah, shit! Because we where you didn't have the mushroom, we couldn't get out of that without hitting the thing. It's become easier to like, forget that tariffs were happening or are happening. And I feel like, as a result, you know, the stock market, I hear the stock market rebounded. And a lot of that is the fact that, like, oh, you know, well, to be fair, the stock market is, and I don't know if you know this, based on the opinions and feelings of idiots, basically. Like, regardless of how well things are going, if Wall Street feels like they're going good and is comfortable and, you know, fit as a fiddle, whatever. For a second, I was thinking, like, oh, can you not even ride this Yoshi? You can ride the Yoshi. What about this? Does this do anything? How about this? Not seeing anything in this. Fuck. I feel like you could get enough height if you jumped off the cannonball and then jumped off the Yoshi. I'm thinking that's the play, and that's what I'm going to try to do. We're about to run out of time, so we'll have 5 tries to do it. If you want to let me know, Rattatoad, if I'm jumping off the wrong tree, you know, if I'm jumping up the wrong hole, let me know. I'll, bear that in mind. Hey, Hugo Mario. You're replacing an entry? Excellent. That is valid if you're, you know, you're already in there. I think what we need to do is go here. If I... No, I can't leave this Yoshi here. I can't get off this Yoshi without, like, and, like, go to the side without Yoshi. I think I just have to mash really good. Yes! Wait. That's really low. I thought it was higher. The save you time? That's wrong. Okay. We got 5 tries left, folks, so we should be thinking, what else can we do here in this part of the level? What other alternatives can we find? We were able to get Yoshi to there, but apparently that's not the answer. That's not the way. I bet we have to get that Yoshi and bring him back somewhere else. That's my current guess. Let me just look around here and see if there's anywhere obvious where it makes sense to bring a Yoshi. Oh, there's the door. Did I go in the door? I don't think did I go in the door? I could go in the door. Could be the door. I think it's the door? It could be the door. Let's go in the door. Oh. I forgot the key! Usually I get the key earlier, but I forgot to get the fucking key, so I have to die. Door is correct. I need a key. I think the price rises are very upsetting, and I also think that, you know, these companies kind of have their hands tied. They can't have, you know, Donald Trump take, like, a third of the development price. Damn it! They can't have Donald Trump take a third of the development price and then, you know, charge the same price to sell it. You know, it is that thing that people have been saying mockingly, which is like, yeah, of course China's not gonna pay. Come on, that's not how it works. It's you who pays. This is a tax on you, because it's a tax on us. We're being taxed extra for our Switch 1s, and the only reason the Switch 2 isn't more expensive is that Nintendo really needs it to be a success right now. They really can't afford to be charging extra for it. They really can't, and that's just all there is to it, you know? That's just, it is what it is. We can almost taste CP2. Excellent. That will give us a refresh in our lives if we were to hit it. Wait, wasn't there a second key? I remember there being 2 keys. You couldn't get in that door without, you couldn't get here. The blues being on would block you in from that room, and this would block. You have to come back here. Oh yeah, I think I did. Wasn't there something about game prices as well? Is that really happening? Are they serious about that? Does that mean, was that a checkpoint, by the way? That was a checkpoint, wasn't it? Checkpoints refresh our 5 lives, and then we lost 1. Whoopsie-doo. What if we go back through the pipe? Oh, that's pointless. Yeah, I think I heard, aren't game prices included? I don't know, man. I feel like, you know, so long as you're talking about... Gotta move fast. We gotta, like, boogie. What are we doing? Only Canada gets game increases? Sorry, Canada. That's it's probably our fault, too. Our bad. Seriously. We feel awful about it. Sorry. It does really suck, though. Hey, we've been here before. You thought about that, and that's why you left spikes there. Very cool. Now we can go back into the door. And we have another key, and also the on-off is the other way. So we can go over here now. Very good. It's never worked like this. Oh, I hope it's top pipe. Fooled ya! Oh no, this is a bad one. Oh, I should have not. I should have went back. I thought this was not a soft. I thought this was a soft lock, and I was trying to die by being crushed, which is not how this game works, by the way. But I could just gone into the pipe, and I didn't think of that. It only cost us like 20 seconds, though. 5 to 10 seconds. I appreciate the not being a soft lock. That would have been very disruptive. What is this? Blech! Okay. Was that a bad thing that it happened like that? I thought I was dead, but it's a Yoshi. Okay. Yes, okay. I was definitely worried there for a second that might be a trap. I might jump into that and find a solid wall in my way, and you know, we had been fooled again. But nah, that was it. Very good level. We just barely got through in the time allotted. Let's fucking go. Let's say 7:45 for the lightning round. These levels have been taking a bit. We haven't gone through that many of them. Let's try to get through a couple more before 06I got one for us. Let's go ahead and do this new one. 06I just said GG. Excellent. Let me get that tries left down. And also, let's do some more cards. We got stories that aren't related to Nintendo and their poopy buttholes today to talk about. Let's show a different card. Did you hear Rivals of Aether 2, the 3D 3D platform fighter that was a sequel to the 2D platform fighter from ages ago, got a new character, is getting a new character in October for the first time. It's only had 2 original characters so far, mostly, you know, turning a 2D game into a 3D game. They had to basically rebuild everyone from scratch, so they haven't done that many new characters, but they finally got another one to speak of, and I've watched the trailer and the deep dive, and it looks like a pretty cool character. Let's see, I have here, yes, an image of him. He's like a dinosaur that has like magnetic abilities and controls drills and can like set up a bunch of traps. His gimmick apparently is that every time he does damage, 06I is next. 06I has confirmed. Bottomech, 06I. You can see on screen. If I haven't put it in chat, it's because the person has already confirmed and is good for it. You know, you can read on screen who it is. He looks like a pretty cool character. I'd like to fight as him. I'd like to play as him. I still am not sure that Rivals of Aether 2 is quite ready for prime time. You know, it has a much smaller cast from the first game as a result of having to rebuild everyone from scratch. And I don't know if I love the new systems, and it's also not on Switch 2 yet. Switch 2 yet, or any console for that matter. There's a lot of things that make me hesitate in saying, like, oh, you should play this instead of Rivals of Aether 1, which I still think is solid, but that looks like a fun character. I would like to fight as them, and it's a interesting gimmick. Again, I feel like I was cut off before I said what the gimmick was. Every time he does damage, lands a hit, he becomes like a little bit charged up. And if he does a move that sends out a drill, he becomes uncharged. Also, some attacks are like powered up when he's charged. Also, if he takes a hit, he becomes uncharged. So that's, you know, a pretty cool, like, oh, you know, if you land something, you're powered up and ready to go. So, like, you know, start something and then start setting some traps and stuff. And if you want to, like, combat that, just make sure to land a hit, and that'll just defang that possibility. Seems like a cool character. A, like, fossilized dinosaur, reanimated part machine monster. That's just a good idea for a character, and, you know, a good idea for an Earth element fighter. I like Rivals of Aether. I should play more Rivals 2 sometime. Maybe in October. They need to, you know, shore up the offering, I guess. I feel like they still need to work on it before it's really ready for prime time. I'm still not sure if it's ready for prime time, but I still like seeing new characters. Let's play this level. Lakitu Action Course is what I was able to make out. Firefight as well. Let's set a timer and get going. Oopsie daisy. I'll say, I really loved Rivals of Aether. Like, it was... honestly, definitely a game that I've played a ton of over the years because it is just a really fun to play platform fighter that feels fantastic. Thank you, Rock Party, for throwing things at me. These are very cool windmills you got going in this level. The creator of this has going. Also, this works well as well. They're very well synchronized, and I like that they... Fireballs are all like, fire bars are all universally synchronized, right? So there's no matter of, like, when they appear on screen determining, the timing of them, is there? That's a good thing about them. Means you can have some very tight-looking crap. I like it. Good progress. This is going nice and fast. I'm having a hell of a good time. You know, the cloud is like low-key one of the most underrated elements in Mario Maker. I think flying in general is kind of underused, generally. But if you are going to fly, it's generally the clown car, so having some nice cloud segments in the level, kind of refreshing, kind of nice. And those were very fun cloud sequences. This is a very fun platform level as well. Look at this. It's a very original idea for a platform level. Let's go. Let's hear it for original ideas and underused gimmicks as well. Oh, here's some more clouds. Some more cloud gimmickry. It's good. That's fine. It's good, and I like to see it. And I hope you like to see it too. Hey, this is very cool. Hey, have you noticed how this is Have you noticed how this is very cool? This is very cool right here. This is like a rocket barrel sequence. This is like a rocket barrel sequence out of, like, Donkey Kong Country Returns. Wow. Underused elements and an original take on it to boot. Rats off to you. I saw that, someone referencing that episode of Tom Goes to the Mayor, and I remember that episode being pretty funny 20 years ago, so I referenced it here. Don't worry about it if you don't know Tom Goes to the Mayor. You don't. I'm not here saying Tom Goes to the Mayor is like something you need to know about. It's just kind of cool. Yeah. Good. Woo. Go into the hole. This is very well timed. Look at these circle fires. Why do I need another one here? You have a hats off to you shirt? Like the original one that was like the whole start of the that episode? That's great, Rock Party. I was definitely looking at Rats Off to You shirts and going like, that'd be fun. Can you get one that's exactly like on the television show? Looks like some of the fonts on like the ones that you can get off the internet are a little different. I don't know. I don't know if I can trust like every screen what's the word? Shirt that's like screen printed? Is that what it's called? Screen printing? I don't know if I can trust like every t-shirt outlet out there. So, like, I'd hesitate to get one. I've definitely had some shitty t-shirts from, like, Teespring or whatever the fuck. You know, random t-shirt company. Yeti and Fangamer. Those are the two I trust. Thank you, 06i. That was quite fun. Let me hit complete and bring down the timer as well. 1 second. Let me go ahead and hit 1. And here we go. Ida is up next. Ida just said GG. Excellent. Is here, is present. Let me do another card. More gaming news. Did you hear that, or did you see? What did I put as the verb in that card? It's covered by my audio mixer on my screen. Did y'all see Randovania now supports Metroid Fusion? Damn, I want to try it. So, as we set up at the top of the stream, I have scheduled an Ocarina of Time randomizer for this Sunday, because yesterday I had the great idea to do an Ocarina of Time randomizer. Today, they announced that, Metroid Fusion is now supported by Randovania, which is sort of a randomization app software that supports Metroid Prime, Prime 2. There's a modified version of it that supports Prime 3, Metroid Dread, Samus Returns, and a couple other games like Cave Story, and, I think Factorio is on there now or something? That's weird. But the important thing is that Metroid Fusion has joined the roster, and I've only just had a look at the settings. I'll say, for my part, I really enjoyed the previous Metroid Fusion randomizer, which was called Metroid Fusion Open Randomizer, which basically, like, opened the game up a bit so you could do certain, you can do it in any order you please, provided that the doors are open. It had some issues as far as, like, it wasn't that configurable. You couldn't, like, set a higher or a lower clear condition, a win condition. You basically had to do exactly the same seed every time, unless you wanted, like, major minor split or something like that. There were a couple settings in there that you could do, and looking at the settings for the new one, I feel like they've done a good job in, randomizing that game properly. And the new randomizer looks like it has, like, quality of life and randomization options that are, like, great. I'll say the great thing about Randovania in general is it's a very configurable randomization thing. Like, you can usually, like, specify, like, how many copies of each item is in the thing, item by item. You can start with stuff if you want. You can randomize some things and not randomize others. You can even do some more tricky stuff, like, you can even do some more tricky stuff, like modify the game, add in quality of life settings, and do things like change your starting location. And, like, the default settings that they have for it just look really good. Like, it opens all the sectors it doesn't unlock all the like, there's level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 locks, right? It doesn't unlock everything. It doesn't unlock all the locks from the start, but it does unlock everything at the top, so you can enter any sector from the start, which is great because that was sort of like the main limiting thing in the original one, in the original open randomizer. The other thing that was really limiting of the randomizer is the fact that those lock levels were not mixed into the item pool. So you literally had to go to lock level 4 to unlock lock level 4, which meant that basically every run ended the same way, with going to the underwater part at the end of the game, the secret underwater portion of the game, and, like, unlocking level 4, by which point you've probably gotten all the other items you need to go face the final boss. Which is fun, and honestly, it didn't take that long. Maybe it was like a 2 to 4 hour randomizer on average. It was kind of a perfect length. But now you can have it so, like, the lock levels are open from the start. You can have it so the lock levels are randomized, and you just get them whenever. And also they added, like, Metroids to collect, which can serve as another clear condition, rather than just a thing. Should we give Nevermore another shot, or should we do a nicer level? Actually, I don't know if there are nicer levels. What should we do? What's Odd Loop? That sounds fun. Odd Loop kind of reminds me of Death Loop, and clearly with the clear rate being 0, it is perhaps you know, you will die. Let's set a timer and go. Anyway, I want to try that out sometime. I'll say, oh, it's kind of tough though. Okay, if you say so, we can do let's do Wee-a-Woo. Wee-a-Woo is 1%. That's pretty low, but not low enough to earn extra heads, so this is a good time for that. I'll say for that randomizer, you know, I'm already pretty much booked up until the time in which I go to, you know, here's the calendar for this month. You know, I'm pretty much booked up this week until I go to Universal, but I will say, after I get back, I'm going to do viewer levels on Tuesday, and I kind of have an empty slot for Friday. Maybe we'll do the new randomizer on Friday at, you know, the normal stream time. We'll try out Metroid Fusion the week after Universal, after I get back from Universal, and, you know, obviously viewer levels will be earlier in the week, because I will want to talk about Epic Universe with y'all as soon as possible. I hope y'all tune in and watch me talk about Epic Universe, and now I'll talk about the other stuff as well. You know, what the fuck. Oof. Feel like it's a little sweaty in here, but it's the AC is working as hard as it can. It's just a little bit crap. It's just hot outside, I guess. It's just hot outside. And this AC is just not able to reach really low target temperatures. And as a result, like, even with it cranking at 100%, it still feels a little bit stuffy in here. Need to get like a big tower fan or something over here. I'm not sure if that would pick up in the... That might pick up in the microphone. What I really need to do is move the fuck out of here and get a house that has good, solid AC. That'll come. That'll happen. Yeah. Oh, this is... Look at this. What the hell, folks? Look at this. I'm standing on air. Do I need to jump to the higher platform? Or can I just jump directly to the... Yes, jump directly. Okay. I think here, better to do a little dance. Can I jump these piranha plants entirely? No, not quite. Not quite. I need to go to the middle. I need to land in the middle. What does this say? Wee? It says something. Coin hidden in piranha plant on third letter? Oh crap, there is! You're right, I didn't notice that one. Oh my god. Also, we've only gotten to the third letter. How many fucking letters do you think there are? E. It says wee woo. Gotcha. That's like a, you know, sort of a... It's sort of like the equivalent of like doing this. Or like, I've heard wee woo used as like a term of like, oh, that's you know, that's wee woo. That's you know, that's nuts. I'm not using it correctly. Or like, that's a bit wee woo, or no, that's also not correct. Use it in a sentence. I don't know how you use it in a sentence. How often do you use wee woo in a sentence? That's I'll say, you know, that's not a bad stream title. When we do these streams, I am often thinking about what the title of the VOD will be. I'll say I think it'll be hard to beat From Nintendo Directs to Poopy Buttholes, but we'll see. Like, the wee woo in a VOD title That's fun as well. But, I don't know, man. Hard to beat Poopy Buttholes. That's just, you know, the facts of life there. You can't help it. You can't help it. We landed, and then I freaked. I got a little bit worried. I think this is a great D-pad, by the way. Again, I'm using the 8BitDo N64 controller. I'm liking this D-pad that they got on this thing. Is this based on the N64 D-pad? You know what? It might. It does look pretty similar. I don't know if you can tell, but it does, like the arrows on it, the circle in it. The indent is even similar if I'm comparing the two directly. But it's feeling nice. I don't remember Kirby 64 feeling as good as this. 8BitDo does good controllers, huh? Can we get enough height just jumping regular style out of there without a running jump or nothing? I think we have to. I think that there's no two ways about it. Anyway, what was the previous point of news? I was talking about, Rivals 2, I guess. Were we talking about Rivals 2? Or were we talking about another piece of news? No, I'm pretty sure the last piece of news has not come up yet. I'll say I got, like, one more. Let's, at least get through game news before we go to the lightning round. Let's say. Let's get through game news, and we'll start the lightning round with, spoilers for the cards that I have prepared. We're gonna talk about Bananza, as we probably will do for the next, oh, I don't know, couple weeks or so. I'm still not 100% with it, and that's, I still haven't 100%ed it, so it is with it. In fact, you know what, why don't we do that one right now? Hey, did y'all hear there's a Darksiders 4 coming? Too much news. Yeah, I started off this morning with just one piece of news in the thing, the Nintendo Direct. That was the only one that, caught my eye, and then today, there were like 3-4 news stories of varying quality, and I think this one is maybe the peak of like, oh, huh? The thing that's weird about it is that there was a Darksiders 3, which I was under the impression was a huge flop. I was under the impression that people played it and were like, oh, this isn't Darksiders, and thought it was a little bit crap. Duke Cork with the raid! How you doing, Duke Cork? 11, wow, that's a big number. Let me, get you a shout-out, Duke Cork. Let me, grab my mouse. Duke Cork is raiding with a party of 11. And here, let me do my convenient stream deck macro, which does both types of shoutouts. Excellent. You are also doing Mario Maker 2. Cool, cool. I'll drop a follow on you, and I encourage others as well. Oh, is the shoutout thing that's supposed to appear on screen broken? I think that the shoutout screen thing that's supposed to appear on stream broken. Thanks for the Twitch follow, Duke Cork. I am enjoying the viewer levels. Look at this one. It's quite nice. Oh, did it work? I didn't see it. I didn't see it. No, there's one that's supposed to appear on screen with your, like, avatar and everything. It has been on the fritz for a bit now. You know, for the last, like, month or two. But, the Twitch one worked. And, it does have a chat message that also appears and tells us what game you were playing, so it's not a complete waste. Yeah, no. Hope you enjoyed your viewer levels. I'm enjoying my viewer levels. I was just talking about some news of the world. Or news of video games in particular. I was just talking about, talked about the Direct, talked about the price increases, talked about a character coming to Rivals of Aether. Was there another news story that I have now forgotten? Also, now talking about Darksiders 4, which, they just announced, and apparently it looks like it's multiplayer or something. Like, you can play all 4 of the dudes. Wasn't that a thing with Darksiders 3 for a while? Like, wasn't that the original plan of Darksiders 3? Come to think of it? I don't know. I'll say I really liked Darksiders 1 and 2. So I guess, you know, me hearing this, it's like, eh? I kind of just wrote off the series from 3 on. And in some ways, them saying, like, Darksiders 4 is a lot like if Tony Hawk said, like, hey, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 6. It'd be like, you can just redo 5 if you want. You know, if you do, hey, it's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, and it's a brand new game, no one's gonna say shit. Everyone's just gonna be like, okay, good, yes, no, that one didn't happen. We all agree. It didn't happen, we didn't play it, no one bought it. You don't have to worry, we're on board. You know, and similarly, if they would have said, like, hey, here's Darksiders 3, I would have said, oh, well, did you make it like a Zelda Diablo mix like Darksiders 2? I think that was the weird thing, actually. I looked it up on like, Wikipedia or something. I Googled it and tried to find a source that was written by a human. But apparently, Darksiders 3 very much hewed towards, like, Souls-like type games. And maybe that was why people were like, eh? I liked the previous thing. What it was, you know. That said, I do think, like, some amount of evolution has always been in the Darksiders IP? DNA, there we go. You know, like, Darksiders 1 was very much a Zelda. Darksiders 2 mixed in, like, 40% Diablo. Mixed in, like, 40% Diablo. And, yeah, I guess mixing in a little Souls stuff kind of makes sense, just, at a certain point, you know, I don't like things that are different. I don't know about y'all. I'll say, people from the raid, feel free to get, levels in. I will say, at this point, we are about to enter the lightning round. We are about to enter the lightning round. We're in from the next level on. I will have butts at this rate, I imagine. They're good. 1 is pretty good. I remember really loving 2. I definitely want to replay both of them on stream at some point, I'll say, for my part. Probably not the 3rd one, but hey, you know, like, I could definitely buy it and look at it on stream and go like, what the fuck is this? I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, if I did the other 2, it kind of would just make sense to do the 3rd, just as a curiosity. And maybe even the 4th as well, why not? Maybe not a full playthrough of the 3rd if it's bad or something, but wouldn't it be more of a... It'd be braver to commit to something even if it's bad. Do you recommend trying them in order? I do think 2 is a lot better than 1. 1 is a genuinely good Zelda, 3D Zelda, I would say. Like, it has the same sort of, like, you go to a dungeon, you do puzzles, the action is solid. I would say it is better than, like, Skyward Sword and some of the more... It's better than, like, the nadir of 3D Zelda, but nowhere near as good as, like, you know, Zelda at its prime. You know, Zelda at its best. Meanwhile, 2, I would say, like, yeah, no, in an era that didn't have, you know, the reinvention of Zelda, hey, we got farther than we've gotten before. Let's go. What the hell is this? What? Huh? Look at this! Should I just, like... Okay, either I walk and I fall at just the perfect speed to get under the spike and avoid the guy, or I run and... Or maybe I have to feather it. What do you think? Okay. Running did not do the trick. I ran into the thing. So it's definitely Jumping and feathering. What the fuck? That's what the hell? I don't know what to say about that. Go from the other side? Ooh, we'll try that. We'll try that. Not that way, says Ida. Okay, fair, fair. 5 tries left. Let's go. The timer has run out. That means we have a limited amount of tries before we have to move on. The lightning round will be beginning after this level. Which is fun and good, and we like it. It's a good thing. We like the lightning round. It means that the, fuck. It means that the, pace of levels is going to increase. We'll see a lot more levels a lot quicker. And also, there's great, stakes that will be added with each level, so, you know, it's all good. I would say that 1 is good enough to play. But I would also say if you just want to start with the best one, if you just want peak from the start, I think starting with 2 would not be a bad idea. It depends if you want to play, like, 2 games or 1 game. If you're in the mood for 1 game, like, yeah, just go with 2. If you have time to do 1 and then the other, I think, yeah, start 1. I will be replaying 1 and 2, I think, in that order. Like, maybe months from now. You know, not anytime soon. It's not a... I'll say I have plans that come before it. So actually, it probably won't be months from now. It'll probably be next year at this rate. If I had to guess how that'll all schedule out. Last try. Let's go. This has been a fun precision level. I think you did a great job. And, whoa! And woof. I guess this is the statement. Didn't pull back fast enough. Letter precision is always fun. Yeah, it was cool how they were based on letters. Wee woo, air bowie, every stream, arrow bonk. I suppose that's an emote. Thank you, Ida. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next stage, the next level. Supernova is up next. I don't think I've seen Supernova in chat for a minute, so I will put Supernova into the thing. So the Supernova knows. Meanwhile, hey folks, do y'all know what time it is right now? Just this minute. Just right of right now. That's right, just of right now. It is now. It's now the lightning round, folks. That's right, it's time for the lightning round, during which I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way, with 7 tries represented by additional heads, that come in a variety of forms, which will be randomized. They appear in 3 circumstances. 1, the first level of the night whose person is here. 2, super worlds. 3, levels with clear rates below 1%. Those are the 3 conditions for which we get bonus heads. And yeah, we're gonna play these levels, and we're going to you know, we're gonna refresh when we hit checkpoints, and you know, we're gonna try not to die. There's Yellow Toad is the heads. Supernova, go ahead and confirm, and ideally do it before I enter in this code. I'll say I do have a number of more things to talk about. In fact, I kind of have most of the cards low-key left over. With the first round of the stream, we had like a series of hard and long levels, and well, ended up not having that many cards consequentially. Supernova is here. Fantastic. Says good luck, have fun. Let's go. The clear rate is 2 out of 14 too, so that's not bad. That's not bad. I think literally odds are we'll get through in our 7 lives. That's what that tells me. I think we have to go through the pipe when the on-off matches what it says. I think that's the gimmick here. That's cool. That's interesting. That said, it doesn't look like it's bad when it's the other way. It doesn't look like it's bad. It's just a little different. Maybe a little harder? Well, fortunately, I can see that it's blue. And time it right. I can see the blue color. You're gonna have to cover it better than that if you want to get one over on me. Which I assume that you do. Why wouldn't you want to do that? Yeah, this one is looking quite nice and good and balanced and fair, and we're gonna get through. We want on this time. These fart noises are blocking it now. But I did get it nonetheless. Let's go. You can only get the checkpoint when the on-off is that way. That's funny. That's a fun touch. Making the checkpoint a skill thing is an interesting thing to do. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, damn it. Could have had that, but it's fine. We have more than enough tries, I think, to get this guy killed. Well, we'll get it next time. We'll get it next time. I think we're good. And we just gotta... Fuck. How the hell do you get across? Maybe like... No, that's gonna activate it. Not sure how you can activate that without getting done dirty. Oh wow, that doesn't kill you? Hitbox. That hitbox. Quite mean. There we go. We just have to jump directly out. Huh? Oh, did we not even have to kill him? We just had to get out? Oops. I didn't realize. Okay. I didn't realize that. Next time we'll know. We got it wrong that time. We missed. I guess it is a lot more challenging every time that you miss the thing. So try not to miss. But also, we just have to get past. All right. I'm gonna look away. Now! Damn it! My hand was not on the stick properly. Oh, okay, it's cool. It's chill. Okay, that was fine. But this... Why is there a... Oh, okay. Shit, we missed the second checkpoint. And a mushroom. Wow, it really is mean to you if you don't get the, if you miss, the thing. But we cleared it anyhow. Thank you, Supernova, for the level. That was quite nice and good and fun. And I had a good time. You saw me having a good time. That's the lightning round. It's fun. And I'll say, by the way, if I failed to clear your level in the lightning round, it can still be played. You can resubmit it. Or, whatever. This was a level code, so you could... Was this a level code or a level? Either way, you could resubmit it even if I had failed. But, I didn't, so we're good. Let no one think that the lightning round means that these levels are burned or they can't come back. Like, absolutely they can. Freddy from the YouTube chat, go ahead and confirm you are up next. On YouTube, you can have emotes as part of names. How about that? Or emojis, I guess. I guess those aren't emotes. Emotes are like the, not universal. Emojis are, though. I don't know. How about a card? How about, go ahead and pull another card. I've been playing Donkey Kong Bananza. That's sort of just been the main game that I've been playing the last, week or so. YouTube allows most Unicode characters. That's correct, yes. But I don't think it has quite the same... Twitch has customizable emotes, which are really nice. I don't like all of these that I have on my channel, by the way. Wouldn't you know? Look at all those lovely emotes. I need to get one where Donkey Kong with a thumbs up from the new game. I want to make that into an emote. I need to remember to do that sometime soonish. Had that idea during the Bonanza stream a few weeks ago. But yeah, I've been playing through Bonanza, having a hell of a good time, collecting as many golden bananas. Most recently, I've gone through like a couple phases with the game, right? A couple... The 1K bit one is wild. Ah, yeah, Goon. I like it too, yeah. I had that idea, and I had that idea a while ago, and I put it at the 1K bit. Really, maybe it should be part of the main lineup, but kind of short on slots, honestly. If I had more slots, it would be under tier 1, but, the slots I got are the slots I got. Maybe if someone were to drop sufficient subs, I would get more slots, and Goon would be available for everyone. They really want a lot of subs to really unlock more subs. So, like, that's not a realistic thing, but hey, if anyone's made of money, I guess, I could make Goon available. Or you could just, like, do 1,000 bits if you're made of money. Shit, that's much easier, actually, than the amount of subs it would take to get me to that threshold, and cheaper. That's like $10, isn't it? That's like $10. Yeah, it's not bad, I guess, if you want good. Anyway, what the fuck was I saying? Bonanza. So, on stream, first 12 hours with the game, I beat it on stream, like, the Sunday after it came out. Then I slowly, like, went back and did... Hello there. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Thank you. Kind of reminds me of that guy on YouTube who sometimes says hello there as part of his skits. Or at the end of the skit with the astronaut. That whole chestnut. I like his content. He does good content. Hello there. No, it's not a gecko, it's a person. He has a name. I forget what it is because I don't pay attention to the names of the YouTubers I watch half the time, sadly. Yes, everyone say hello there to hello there. That, I bet hello there loves that. It's also something that Obi-Wan Kenobi says in Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Again, I swear you follow me, Hugo says hello there. Oh, so you said hello there to hello there before, Hugo. Very nice. I went level by level, getting, like, just whatever I could find for a while until I got through all the post-game stuff. And recently, I've been going through now and clearing out levels, getting every single golden banana that's in there. Not every single fossil yet. I suppose like, once I ran out of golden bananas, maybe I'll go back and I'll, like, 100% every level as far as fossils go. I'm really enjoying the flow of that, It's just fun to just explore and explore and explore those big, massive levels. I don't see Freddy, by the way, so we're going to go into sudden death for this. That is what happens when you're not present, when your level comes up. You know what? I'm going to be nice. I wasn't ready to move. I'm going to be ready. Okay, that's the first life. This isn't off to a great start. Okay. Those were 2 quick deaths. What can you do? This is a troll level and all, and, well, it will kill you if you run the wrong way. Freddy Fazbear, I'll give you a minute to confirm, but, that was funny at least. Hey, can't say that wasn't funny. I'll say with this clear rate, if you are here, we will have 5 additional tries. That the Freddy Fazbear, not Fast SMM2. I know that some people are here, but the person who submitted the level has to be here for me to get more tries. And they're on the YouTube side, so y'all on Twitch won't see them. They really need to drop that policy that says you can't combine chats. Oh yeah, you are next, Fast SMM2, so that is great confirmation there. Means that we can just segue right from dismissing to thing. Let me continue talking about Donkey Kong Bananza. What can I say? It's fucking fantastic. I've been enjoying, like, going level by level, trying to find as many as I can, and kind of using, like, the, I am still doing the previous card, Rock Party. This is still the Bananza card. Trying to find every golden banana I can, and using the, like, revealed, like, fossils that are on my map as a clue of, like, okay, I haven't really searched that area enough. There's still fossils there, so there might also be golden bananas, just clapping and clapping and ground pounding until, like, oh, I see a golden banana. A golden banana appeared in my radar, and it's just, like, so exciting. It feels so good. And then eventually I just go to the shop and I buy, like, as many hints as I can to, like, clear the rest of the level out. And that feels pretty good. I'll say, like, the hint system in that game is pretty powerful and just very handy after you've, like, explored the level so much that, like, okay, there's, like, 4 bananas left. I don't know where they are. Just, like, spend some money, and then you have it, and you're good for it, and it's like, oh, okay, now I know where they are, and I'll run around and get them, and it'll feel good and fun, and it's very satisfying, very satisfying. I have, like, completed up to the splits, the place where it splits up. I've gotten all the levels before that, except for the, like, one layer where that's complicated. All of those, like, that you get in the vanilla order have been cleared, have been, like, 100%ed as far as golden bananas go. I am having a hell of a time. I have gotten 800 golden bananas. I just got to 800 last night, like, right before going to bed. I'm very particular about golden banana thresholds, where I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna go for, I'm gonna get another, the queue is still up, Coco, yes. You can submit if you want. I'm very particular about, that insofar as, yeah, the command is, queue or list. Oh, Nightbot's got it, though. Nightbot's got it on, queue. It does both. It responds to both. Both of the commands will work. Yes, that's what it is. And Q will work as well. 3 commands work for that. Anyway, I'm having a hell of a time with Bananza. I think it's definitely my game of the year so far. And considering it is the sequel to my game of all time, like my top 2 games of all time previously, currently, before Bananza, are Mario Odyssey and Donkey Kong Country 2. And, like, you can see how, like, yeah, Bananza is, like, both of those. You know, it's a successor to both of those, both the Donkey Kong lineage and the Odyssey lineage. And it's just like, oh, yeah. Well, it's a custom command. I use Nightbot for that one because it, you know, I wanted it to handle multiple things. Yeah, I customized the commands a bit. Don't worry about it. It's I accounted for that. And if you do exclamation point, I forget if it's remove. If you do exclamation point remove, it'll say actually the command is replaced because I can only make Warp World respond to one of those, but Nightbot will let you know that you did the wrong one because Nightbot is paying attention. I don't see Freddy Fazbear, so let's go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next one. I think that's enough. That's enough waiting. Fast SMM2 is present, so we can just enter this in. I think it's a fantastic game. It is just so fun and rewarding to explore those worlds, collect golden bananas and fossils, and it's hard to say if it beats Mario Odyssey. And if it does, I think it also beats Donkey Kong Country 2, but man, it's like, it's either my favorite game of all time or it's brand new top 5 contender. In either case, like, goddamn, I gotta hand it to them. They did so damn good. A 10-second speedrun? Oh my god. We definitely get bonus heads for this, so let's relax and get ready to go. Let's look at the more info. Let's look at the preview here. Okay, I see jumps. I see saws. That's... okay. Let's zoom in. Can I zoom in? Yes, I can. Okay. But I can't. I don't have an X and Y on this N64 controller. On my 8-bit Do N64 controller, so... yeah, okay. This is all I can do. This is as close as I can look. Okay. Loosen up a little bit. Donkey Kong Bananza. I'm fucking loving it. If you don't have, I think the zoom in... That's a good point. Can I zoom in with a screenshot? Fortunately... okay, what is the... okay, yeah, the C stick or the C buttons is the zoom on a screenshot, so it can zoom in. Great, yes, okay. So yeah, we can jump. I think that's a pit or something. Do we have to do like a triple jump or some such? I'm not sure how we get over that pit, but looks difficult. There's some crushers to go under. There's probably like fireballs coming out of those pipes. This is gonna be difficult. It's some spin jumps and some triple jumps. It needs the right stick, I think, but fortunately the C buttons... god damn it! The C buttons on this N64 controller are good enough. Again, I'm playing with the 8-bit Do 64 controller for Analog 3D, which just came out the other day. Mine arrived like on Wednesday. Quite liking it so far. I probably won't use it for Mario Maker again. This is, you know, just because it's new, I decided to use it tonight. We'll be using it again on Sunday for Ocarina of Time Randomizer, and again on Tuesday for the finale of Banjo-Tooie with the double speed cheat code enabled, which will be fun. Let's do it. Bananza rules. If you haven't gotten Bananza, I recommend it. If you haven't got a Switch 2, well, okay, I see what we do here. Spin jumps, it's pretty intuitive. Okay. Oh, we gotta do a mid-air spin jump as well there. We gotta do a mid-air spin jump. Or mid-air... fuck. Whoops. A triple jump? I thought that was gonna be a, I got distracted by Chaotic Oven saying, "Are you always groovy and never glooby?" Did y'all see Fangamer put up a plush of Tenna from Deltarune, and they said it was the fastest selling item Fangamer ever had. What does that say about society? Toby Fox asks. I don't know, but I like whatever it said. Oh, we start a triple jump there. Okay. I was thinking midair twirl. That went way too fast. I'll say, you can always resubmit it. We can have another crack at it in a bit. I think those were some pretty good first tries. I feel like how far did we get in? Like maybe nearing on halfway through? I'm happy with that for now, but, I'll say, you can feel free to resubmit that, and we will absolutely have another crack at it when you come up again. If that sounds good to you. You about halfway through the easy part? Oh, okay, shit. Apparently there's a harder part that we haven't quite gotten to yet. I suppose there's also the factor of we need to go full speed through this or else we're dead. Hello, Sternblart. How you doing? Sternblart? Sternblatt. There you go. There's not an R in there. Sternblatt. Sturmblatt. That sounds like kind of a German type name, maybe? Hey, how you doing? I don't know that much about German, but that sounds German to me. Is that correct? Yes, says Sturmblatt. Gotcha. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss, bring up the next level. It is German. Gotcha. Let me dismiss. Again, this is the lightning round. Feel free to put it back in there or put in a different level, whichever you prefer to do. It's up to you. You know, these are just fun stakes that keep things moving and give us some mix for some fun shit. You know, it's not an indictment on the level, and I don't mean to rob anyone of a good time. You know, ideally, you think it's more fun because every life mattering means every life matters, and that's fun. Hugo, wasn't Hugo just chatting? Well, I think I remember Hugo being in chat. Yeah, Hugo Mario just said oof after the last level. Excellent. You have a clear video? I don't know. You know what? I can pull that up on my phone, maybe. How would I pull it up on my phone? If you drop it in the Discord, I'll pull it up on my phone. And that'll probably... Actually, no. If I play it on the phone, it's gonna, like, not... You know what? The thing that captures it is going to choke on it. It's not just gonna screen capture. It's gonna, like... I got this whole thing where I can show my iPhone like this. But it doesn't work if, what the hell? The screen mirroring isn't working today. Oh, you know what? It's probably minimized. 1 second. I got it. There it is. Okay. It probably won't work if, like, it's a thing. You gotta go anyway? Gotcha. I understand. Of course, I will still play the level if it is in queue. And, it'll just be sudden death style, so we'll have a lot fewer tries. Another topic relating to Donkey Kong Bananza. Kinda. Marginally. A little bit. That would be the topic of the next card, which says, remember Mario Kart? What Donkey Kong DLC should they add? Hello, two-turn turkey. It is okay to add your level Nort. Do !add and your code like B3 Steel did. That's how you want to do to get into queue. And then it's first come, first serve basis. Understand that and, you'll be good. Yeah, we'll still play it if you're not here when it comes up, but I'll have fewer attempts. A lot fewer, potentially. Mario Kart World came out, month and a half ago now, 2 months ago, whatever. I haven't really thought about it since I really since I went on vacation. When I went on vacation, was playing Tony Hawk mostly, and then when I came back, Donkey Kong was out, and like like everyone's playing Donkey Kong and not Mario Kart, which isn't a problem. The sub incentive is for paid subs. Two-tone Tony. It's just to make sure that subs only get one per stream. It is not usable by non-subs. I'll say, if you want to drop money, you can skip the queue, but you're gonna have to drop a sub first. That's how it would work. It's a premium thing. You get it? You got it? You get it. Or if you want to refresh my lives, either way. Been thinking about DLC because I hope they're gonna add a lot to it over time, and I hope especially they're gonna add like themed areas. They're gonna add like whole. I hope they're gonna add things like Yoshi's Island, like Donkey Kong Island. Hell, I would love if they went further than that and went into like more cameo locations. Like hell, it would be great if they focused on like, oh, here's Diamond City from WarioWare. If they focused on like the characters that are in the game who have like side areas and side stuff. I guess that would just be the three of them. Can you give it to a sub member? Sub the people can redeem their own sub incentive. The whole thing is that just to make sure that subs only do it once a stream. That's the whole reason why it's a channel point thing that you can activate, just for the sake of the once a stream nature. Don't worry about it, Two-Tone. You're good. I'll see if I can like refund you the 200 channel points. It's not that much. It's not that much. Don't worry about it. I've been thinking about Donkey Kong DLC. What they could add, and I think the answer is pretty obvious. Like in the way that like Yoshi's Island should be added, they should add Donkey Kong Island, and it should have the head. I feel like it might be really difficult to like build, the intermissions between levels around like, Donkey Kong Island is like classically in the shape of Donkey Kong's head with like some jungles around it and some like various biomes going up the side. I feel like the circuit would be like, okay, you start in Donkey Kong Jungle. You do the level with the temple. That is sort of like Returns inspired. That temple is now at Universal Orlando and Japan, so it kind of makes sense to give Pride of Place. Is that is Pride of Place a good term or a bad term? I forget what the context of that is. Is that like an Israel thing, or is that like a place of return or something? I don't know. You give that Pride of Place. You give that one the nod. And then I think for the rest of them, you do originals. And here's what I would do. I would have a bunch of jungle and beach intermissions, and then something like a Monkey Mines level that sort of represents Bananza, where you go inside the mountain a little bit, but not that much, because it's not going to be like a whole Bananza biome in there. It's probably just going to be mine shafts and all that. Maybe more like the tutorial level of Bananza than like the, the lagoon layer or whatever, I would say. Then I think you go through, you have it follow the original Donkey Kong Country path, right? You have like the intermission go through a forest and then go through snow, and then there's some sort of factory level. I would say it'd be cool if you based it more around like Tropical Freeze's Juicy Jungle. So it's more of a fruit factory where they're making jelly and whatever, and you can bounce off the jelly, and I think that would be a cool gimmick. Wait, that's an S, that's an 8, not an S. Okay, good. That'll be it. I think that's the third level that you do, Juicy Jungle. So as you can see, I've got levels based on Return, level based on Bananza, track based on Tropical Freeze. And I think for the last one, you go DKC2 and you go Brambles. You get a Brambles level. Oh yeah, I already played it. I'll choose another one. Yeah, no problem. I think you do a Brambles level, and I think you also get the Flying Croc in there if you can. Similar to like an airship level, an airship track from the rest of the game, like the airship track, but you have it be surrounded by brambles and you drive on the brambles. You have some parts where you're driving on the brambles and crap, just like the Beanstalk map from previous previous Mario Kart stages, but with the twist of thing. Yeah, what do you want to do? Play another one of 2024. Okay. How about Bonsai Bill Reversal? That sounds fun. That sounds nice. Yeah, let's go with this one. I think that you go Bramble stage with the Flying Croc, and I think if they did that, that'd be pretty amazing DLC. I don't know if they'll want to do like, you know, 3 original courses and then 1 classic course, but I think that'd be a lot better than, you know, as much as I would like, you know, the likes of Jungle Parkway or whatever. Oh, this is like an escort. We're gonna escort the thing. Yeah, DK costumes as well. I think that they gotta get those DK costumes in there. I also think they gotta get Dixie Kong, Diddy Kong. I think Funky Kong, you know, he's been in these games before. I think he would be a great pick. And, you know, you could put a few more characters from, like, Bananza in there. You know. Say no more. You definitely get, you know, Void Kong, the final boss. Sure, yeah, get the final boss, comma, Void Kong in there. Yes. What did I do something wrong? Oh, I think I did something wrong. I need to do something different. I fucked up there. You get the final boss, parentheses, Void Kong in there, and I think that'd be cool. I think you maybe get like Cranky Kong in there as well. And Diddy Kong, of course. Diddy Kong, I think, goes without saying. We need to be fast and not talking about which characters need to get into Mario Kart. A lot of them is like the secrets. Honestly, like. Do you think like Bananza Donkey Kong could be a character in the same way that, like, you know, they've had some crap like, you know, Tanuki Mario before? Like, what if they had all the, Bananzas as, Bananza Donkey Kong, and then, like, all the costumes of that would be literally the various Bananzas in the, original game. That'd be a good one. I'm big into that. That's a fun idea. I feel like you would do that way rather than representing it in terms of like, oh, here's directly the lagoon layer or something. Again, you would definitely have an underground course, but I think that we probably need to go back and get another one of these. No problem, hello there. It's all cool. Oh, apparently we're able to get through just fine. And we got a checkpoint, no less. Let's go. I need to hit the thing. We'll do that, this time. Yeah, there we go. Now we run this way. Eh? You can hit these guys to go downward. Oh, turns them around. Did you say horse butts? I didn't say horse butt, no. I was talking about Mario Kart DLC and the potential for you have to like hold down or something, or like do it in mid-air. Or how do you get them to go downwards in particular? No, that was a option. I might have known, I just forgot. Oh, you do hold down. You need to hit him at the top. Killing him was okay. That was the correct thing to do. We have 66 seconds left. We will be starting from a checkpoint, though, so it's no problem if we die. Also, maybe this is not so much, Oh, we're dead. It's cool, though. We have plenty of tries, and things are going great. The fucking fruit fly buzzing around. I hate those little bastards. Pipe on the left is infinite power-up. Dang, didn't see that there. Whoopsie doodle. And I don't say that often. Well, whatever. I needed more time anyway, so it's like, fine. Oh, also we have to unlock it, so we have to like, oh, the fireballs will totally do that. Also, Bowser's power-ups will do it too. Bowser's fireballs will do it. We're patient. Let's see if this is the end. Or if this is just... Okay, yeah, we do have to kill Bowser, so there's no getting around that. I do got this. I think that we got this in the bag. In fact, honestly at this point, he's getting hit by bullet bills just as a matter of course whenever he's like on the stage. So we might as well just focus on just hitting him like melee attack style. Close up. You know, and not really worry about redirecting at this point. I don't know, that's my sub of Ziffin. Oh, you can't dodge into him, or diving into him doesn't do damage. Didn't know that. Cool boss fight. Nice. That's very good. GG. We got through clean. Since the lightning round started, we gotten some nice ones for a change. Well, some nice, some not so nice. And that one was nice. I'll say I picked it. I picked the nice one. I saw the clear rate was really nice, and I said, okay, well, that'll be really nice. And then sure enough, it was really nice. Okay, that was weird. I hit a hotkey and it switched to a scene that had nothing in it. I thought the stream went down for a second. I thought OBS crashed. And I was just like... And then I realized, wait, the chat is still there. If it crashed, my chat would have disappeared. Okay. I think I had the wrong window selected, and the hotkeys that usually entering the completed message changed the scene somehow, inadvertently. That's very weird. Fuck. Yeah, I was scared as well. Should we leave that in on the VOD? It was like 5 seconds. I could edit it out of the VOD very easily. It was like 10, 20 seconds. Anyway, thank you for the level. We completed the level. Ugh. That was really disconcerting. There's been some crashes relatively recently. OBS has been a bit crashy recently. So I was genuinely scared there for a minute, but had to take a step back and realize we're good to go. Let me hit actual complete. There we go. There's what it was supposed to be. And hit 1, Zombie Overlord is up next. Zombie Overlord, you are up. Yeah, that was disconcerting as hell. Anyway, that's what I would do for Donkey Kong DLC. I think a single cup would be enough for Donkey Kong. That said, like, I feel like it would be difficult enough to, like, fit in the intermissions and the tracks between the tracks onto an actual Donkey Kong mountain, but I feel like that would be very cool. It'd be very, like, shit, man, I'll say, like, if they were able to do that and did, like, the actual Donkey Kong mountain in Mario Kart World and had it, like, you know, basically be the scale where you can have, like, a whole cup that goes around it, you know, basically like, 4 tracks worth around the perimeter. It would be so beautiful. It would be like, oh my god, we've never seen a Donkey Kong Island as big as that. You don't think we would get DLC because of intermissions? We need some custom knockout tours first? I mean, that's the question, right? Like, if they could make Donkey Kong Island big enough where it could take, like, 8 tracks, maybe that's the ticket. Maybe that's the key. Maybe you do 8 tracks per DLC, and you do 2 cups and 1 knockout tour that connects all those. How many? Wait, is it 6 that's in a knockout tour or 8? I forget. A knockout tour has like 30 people, right? And you knock out 5 per, so that would be 6. So maybe they'd be looking for 6. I'm not really sure. I do agree we need custom knockout tours, and really they should add like randomized knockout tours so that every time you do it, it's a different one. I'll say, like, you know, I didn't play it enough where I was playing it enough where knockout tour, that mode online enough where I was seeing the same one repeatedly, but, you know, also I haven't played in a couple weeks since Donkey Kong came out, so, you know, I think they'll get there. I feel like knockout tour as a mode, if it's just those 8 knockout tours forever, it'll be pretty underwhelming, and, you know, eventually people will get tired of it. If it can just, like, randomly string together a bunch of tracks, I feel like that's the perfect knockout tour. I feel like that's the perfect mode. But also, they should have a knockout tour for, like, Donkey Kong Island that's just Donkey Kong Island and fit in enough tracks to make that work. There's so many good intermissions that are not in the current rallies. Yeah, totally. I usually play that mode, so, you know, yeah. Look at those. It's a bunch of commands that I all hope still work. I don't know. I haven't looked at them in a minute. I'm confident that, like, Mario Kart World will improve over time. I will say it did get a patch this week, right, where they adjusted things. I haven't really checked in with the temperature. I feel like I've seen a lot of, like, YouTube videos saying, like, is it dead? And my answer to that is, like, no, we're just all playing Donkey Kong. Like, not every game is, like, our #1 game for all time. You know, like, I'm not gonna play Mario Kart every day for the rest of my life, no matter how good Mario Kart is. Let's be real here, you know? But I'm confident they'll have more patches, and I will continue to like to pop in when they add more content, like I did with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and Mario Kart 8 and also Deluxe, both of them. I popped in occasionally when there was new stuff to do, and I'm excited about that. Let's do this level. We are the Troll Masters. You cannot troll us. 0% difficulty. Zombie Overlord has not confirmed, so we have only 2 tries to do it. And I'll be gracious, I won't count that one because I was talking. I had not given the explanation fully. But this one counts, and it's not looking good. Yeah. No, you really have to be really fast with this, huh? I think how you would do... Whoops. Oh, I can't pause because I don't have a Y button on this N64 controller from 8-Bit Do. Can I really not pause? And I guess I can't zoom in if I can't pause, huh? Oh, right. Well, this is the game, actually. This is not the photo. I was like, huh, this is a funny photo. I can't zoom in. Yeah, I think you have to, like, run to the right in that first second, get on top of the spring, and then jump to the left really fast. And then I don't know what happens after that because, yeah, we're out of tries, so we're done. That's it. Let's hit the right button, hit the like button, and then hit the exit button. Thank you, Zombie Overlord. If you confirm, we'll have, you know, 5 more tries to do it. But that is up to you to do. I did put in chat that you were up, so you have been alerted. You have had, you know, time to confirm. I was talking about Mario Kart for a bit, and yeah. That's enough time. Let's go ahead and hit the button, and there we go. Body Mink, you are up. You are up next. That sounds that's a fun name. I like the sound of it. I don't know why. You would not have liked the level, to be honest. I like every level. It's a nice thing to do. Gives people happy feelings, I think. Also, I thought that I did think that level was funny. Like for the second or so we saw of it, if we had more tries, I would have liked to try to get farther than half a second in, you know, and I think that would have been kind of funny and fun. I'll admit it's not the best the best fit for the lightning round. Either way, let's do another card. I also have been playing some other games, most especially on my my Retroid Pocket Flip, which if you don't know is a retro handheld, plays retro games of everything like south of PlayStation 2, Wii, that sort of thing. Hello there. Been playing Parappa the Rapper 2 and finished it the other day. Got through the last level, which I found a lot more difficult than any other level. Turns out that there's a place in that where it starts asking you to do most of Parappa the Rapper 2, I found a real improvement as far as quality of life over Parappa the Rapper 1, which I have not been able to play that much of, honestly. I went through the easy mode of Parappa the Rapper 1 and did the 3 levels that it lets you do there, which were fun, but I'm no good at it, and it's really so demanding. You know, with Parappa the Rapper 2, it at least shows you the note bar before it asks you to do it, and usually it starts it off like, here's the first note, here's where the thing starts, and when Parappa starts moving, you have like a quarter second to go like, oh, hit the button, yeah! Rather than it being like, okay, here's the button, here's Parappa, you need to hit the button, man, when the Parappa starts moving. And it's just like, that's frame perfect. Unfortunately, there are some parts of Parappa 2 at the end that are frame perfect, where it's just like, yeah, it's yelling at me like, getting worse! When it's just like, yo, when it went over to that screen, the notes were over here and Parappa was over here. It was like, getting better, and then it switched over to that view and it was like, you missed the notes! And it's like, what are you talking about? Parappa started to the right of the notes. But still, it was accessible enough I was able to get through it with a couple of tries, goddammit. And I'll say I think Parappa the Rapper 2, its music isn't quite as iconic as the music in Parappa the Rapper 1 based on like what I've played of it. And I'll say like even like design-wise, you know, after I finished, I went back to Parappa 1 and I did easy mode and went through and did all 3 of those levels that they let you do. And the third one, where it's the frog, and it's like, got the funky flow, that song. I thought that was really neat. I thought it was really neat how the how it just asks you to hit the same button like 8 times in a row. Like, goddamn, what game? They were trying some different things with some of the levels in the way that, like, you know, mix things up in a cool way in Parappa the Rapper 1. And I give them credit for that, especially because I found out later. I found out the other day, like, oh, Parappa the Rapper was the first rhythm game? Like, really? Wow, I had no idea that rhythm games literally didn't exist before the PlayStation 1. I guess that makes sense with, like, CDs being the way that, like, real music got onto, you know, proper systems. But shit, man, you would have thought that, like, some NES, SNES, Saturn... Was the Saturn, like, contemporary with the PlayStation 1? Some Sega CD, maybe? One of those would have had a rhythm game. In the same way they had, like, you know, whatchamacallit, things like Make My Video and, you know, FMV games. I don't see Body Mink, so we're going, and we have 2 tries because sudden death. Body Mink, if you confirm, we will have more tries. Oh, this is a really short level and should be pretty, we just have to land really good. So close. So close. Body Mink, if you want to say anything, I will, have additional tries. What's the clear rate there? That would be, it's lower than 1%. You enjoy, you go to the bathroom. It's just fine. Hello there. I hear you. It's a little bit until you're up. Hello there. So, you know, you don't have nothing to worry about. Let me say, beat it first try is what the description says in broken characters. Didn't do that. Wow. Anyway, I liked Parappa the Rapper 2. I liked that I was able to play it and finish it. I think that, from what I've seen of Parappa the Rapper 1, it is a more iconic game with better, more iconic music. I don't think that any of the songs of Parappa the Rapper 2 particularly stand out to me as being particularly great. Whereas, like, all 3 of the songs I've seen from Parappa the Rapper 1, bangers. All 3 of them. The Onion song, the Driving song, the Pawn Store song, they're all bangers. Thank you, Body Mink. Let's go ahead and hit this miss. I think that's enough time to wait. 06i is likely here. I have 06i chatted in a minute. It's been a minute. You were talking about intermissions and just said hi. Perfect. Okay. You better have washed your hands. Hello there. That was a very quick bathroom break. You should wash your hands, regardless of what goes on there. And wipe your ass as well. We were talking earlier about, apparently there's a trend where people aren't wiping their asses. You know, I trust my viewers to wipe their ass. Listen, I trust my viewers' asses are squeaky clean. You did a number 1? Gotcha, okay. I think that's the... To be honest, I never used the number 1 and number 2, nomenclature. You know, I never hewed to it, especially. I trust my viewers have squeaky clean asses. And I'm, you know, regardless of whether or not they have bidets, you know, sufficient toilet paper could get the job done. Let's do it. 06i, what's the clear rate here? What are we looking at? Oh, this is 15 over. It's exactly 1%. I'm gonna give that to you. I'm gonna give it to you. It is just a touch over, but you know what? Let's be nice. I feel like for finding one that's exactly 1%, I feel like that might be worthy of, like, bonus heads to the bonus heads. Like, that should be worth a bonus, honestly. Yeah, what's up with the clear rate? I'll say a timeout. We decided on new rules for timeouts in the case of, like, getting over it type levels last time. A timeout would cast for, like, all of all of our lives, including the 2 bonus heads, assuming we have 500 seconds on the clock. So I don't think that's what this level is. I think that you have to survive for that long. What is this music? PPP. If you can let us know what the song is, I'd be curious. What? Okay, you can't be there. 3D World, Beat Block Skyway, cool. Kind of a kind of matches, you know, with you know, Parappa, that conversation. Nice through line there. This is really well done. Let's wait for the chance to go through clean. Shit. We got this, folks. This is going all right. The way that it starts off, like, exactly 3 beats, you know, reminds me of Mario Wonder, like the rhythm level in Mario Wonder. I'm that impressed with it, you know? That's pretty good praise. That's pretty high praise, I think. That POW in a clown car you have to guide to the entire end? Oh boy, it's an escort mission. Oh, brother. Oh, hell. Let's, we'll try our best. Fortunately, it's unfortunate that if this started the other way, it'd be easier to like, go through these when they switched right here. But unfortunately not. I'll say that, by the way... Oh, God! Blue block killed our clown car. Wow. Holy shit. I'll say, by the way, if anyone's wondering, no, I haven't seen the newest episode of Taco P today. The final episode. I feel like I needed time. Damn it. I felt like I needed a minute. I needed time to, like, really, like, sit with it, right? And really, like, once I watched it, I'm pretty sure I will need a minute to, like, go... God damn. And also, I knew that, like, you know, I do the stream at, like, 6 p.m. right after work, so, like, yeah, I basically just had time to watch one anime before, like, having to set up the stream and stuff, so... Haven't watched Taco P. Wasn't ready to take it in. I'll watch that after the stream. Anyone watched it so far? Like, we still feeling pretty good about it, anime of the year wise. Like, it's still a contender and all that, right? It nails the landing. Whole 9. This is the last life, and also we can't go into the door, get back and get the thing. That's just that. Thank you for the level. That was really cool. And, you know, I think that some people were worried when we saw it took... The world record is 8 minutes, but, that's only if you do it well. If you die a lot pretty quick. Yeah. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Ida Garasu is up next. I wonder if there is there any, like, it'd be convenient. I was gonna say it'd be convenient if, like, my hotkeys that make messages into the YouTube chat could automatically, like, find the YouTube chat and then put the cursor in there as well before they, like, you know, type in some text and hit enter, which probably is what caused that scene transition earlier that was unintended. It was probably on OBS and it said, like, okay, type in some letters and hit enter. Oops, that changed the screen. You know, wonder if that can be fixed. I don't know. Ida says, emotes. Excellent. Ida is here. Fantastic. Let's do another card. Trying to find the next retro game to play. That's right. I'm sort of looking around now. I'm not sure what to play. I got tons and tons of games on this Retroid. Though I'll say, like, the one thing I think about it right now is that, like, man, I wish I could get 360 games on this thing. You know, if I could get Xbox Live Arcade, you know, actual 360 games. Hell, if I could get PC games on this thing that were, like, reasonably recent, like, that would really expand the possibility of what I could play on it, on planes, otherwise. So, but, like, you know, considering the device is, like, $200, like, yeah, no, it's fair that it handles up to PlayStation 2, up to Wii. And, you know, you can try getting Wii U and Switch working on there, and it's not really going to work. And you can try with some new PlayStation 3 emulator that probably isn't really working yet on Android. It's not quite all the way there, even if it had more power. But, you know, I have the options that I have on this thing, which is why I ask. It has 3DS as well. What should I play next? Anyone have any ideas? Like, if I have any ideas right now, I'd say, like, I started Monkey Ball Adventure, and I found that to be kind of a weird Monkey Ball. They added a hub world to Monkey Ball, which I don't think improves it, so I don't know I'll play more of it. I don't think I can do more Parappa the Rapper. I think that is right out. I think I've hit my limits. And that also applies for, like, harder rhythm games from that era, like Jamalami, and, maybe even Guitaru Man. I've been playing a little bit of Sonic Adventure 2. That's not bad. I could always go for another Sonic Adventure 2 playthrough. I got Kirby Robobot on this thing. Is that worth going through? And I was thinking something like, oh, you know, maybe like a Link Between Worlds. Maybe Ocarina of Time 3D, Majora's Mask 3D wouldn't be a bad idea. I got some ideas, but mostly games to replay rather than games I've not played before. I started a little bit of Four Swords Adventures. Feel like that game, all its levels are too long. I don't know. As far as a new game to try, if I had to name one, I think maybe it's time to start, like, maybe like the original God of War, or like, never played God of War, the original God of War, never played, what's that, Devil May Cry, never played that either, so those are two that come to mind. Never played, that, what's that game with ice, the ice cream clown in it? Twisted Metal. Never played Twisted Metal. There are a lot of options, I'll say, especially looking at, like, basically all the PS2 games in the world that I never played, and I'll say, like, I have acquired and then legally backed up, as many of those as I could think of. You know, so, like, I have options. I'm just, you know, looking at, like, this handheld that has 500 games on it and going, like, what should I play next? Maybe I should try to get Saturn working and then try out Clockwork Knight 2 or something. I don't know. That's an option, if I can get it working. It's kind of an if, though. Kind of an if. What are we reckoning this time? What do we want to do? Nut and Propeller? What is Nut and Propeller? I'm curious about Nut and Propeller. That's, Makes me think of like you know, the what's the phrase? The like 30 miles high, the 30-mile high club? Except you know, obviously that's particularly like intercourse, you know. That's not you know, you can nut without intercourse. That's an option. I don't think it counts for the 30-mile high club. The 30-mile 20-mile hike? How many miles high is it? Really? I don't think it counts if you just, like, crank one out, you know? I don't think that's, sufficient. I think it has to be, with a companion. But you can nut and propeller all day with, just yourself. That is, an option. Yeah, I'm dead. I know it. There's no way this level lets me... Oh boy, I got through! Oh yes, it gave me a power-up. Even though I had, like, lost the previous one. Let's go. I thought for sure I was boned. I like, let's nut. Let's go with the nuts. I think now we're dead. I think now we're dead. If we had gotten through maybe with hit and tact, maybe we would have managed it. But we didn't, so it is what it is. That first one's the killer. I want to try the propeller room if we can get there and with enough tries. You gotta be good. I'm up for suggestions, by the way. Arcade rhythm games like Beat Mania. That's some of your favorite games. I did play a couple of rhythm games in Japan. Like, there was this really cool one with, like, a weird keyboard with, like, a little thing that you, like, grabbed and went, like, wah, 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 wah. You can do replace, and that'll keep your place in the queue. Hello there. Don't you worry about it. You're good. If you want to replace your level, that is fine and good. Yeah, there was, like, a machine where you'd, like, had, like, these weird little bars that you would slam to the sides. It was cool. Yeah, it was like a lever. It was like a little bit of a... It was like a little speed bump type thing, but taller. And you could sort of, like, make it go left and right. It was cool. I liked the rhythm games I played in Japan. They had decent musical selections as well. On Geki, that one's alright. I could check if you want. Hang on. Japan. Let's just, let me just... I'm not gonna put it on screen because it's possible there's some NSF, not safe for work stuff. So let me just scroll, and see if I can find it. It was in Osaka. So look for Osaka. I definitely took a picture. I'm looking for the arcade. When I went to the arcade, the Gigo, yeah, it's a Gigo, I think it is, or Gigo. Is that the big brand nowadays for like that sort of entertainment? Maybe right before Universal Studio Japan picks. Which, you know what, I'll just here we go. We'll show the photos, or not that. It needs to be this. That's from the last vacation. More recently, there's a bunch of photos from Universal. No whammies. No whammies. Oh, that screws up the thing. I can't show that video. Fire Ramen is really cool. Let me say. Okay, let me unshow it because I'm looking. I don't know if any of these could be. I did take some pictures of like some, some like not safe for work anime figurines, things like that where they probably should not be on screen. Okay, I think here we go. Here's the arcade. Here's the arcade. Let's look right here. So there's Gita Dora. No, it wasn't that one. It was let me see. There's Mario. There's those photo booths that they have. They had a weird Mario Luigi's Arcade. This was it. Yeah. This thing right here. Y'all know what this was? I'm not sure. I can't see like a label. Maybe I took another picture of it later on. Yeah, this is all that I got. I think there was another one later on. Yeah, this is like lower in the arcade. Let me keep scrolling. Okay, this is earlier. This is outside. I think I took a better picture later in the week, but yeah, it was whatever this thing is. Whoa, it's off screen. What the hell? That's weird. Oh, that's all messed up. I'm just noticing that. What the hell? That happened because it's tried to play a video and that caused it to get off center. I got it. Let me. Why is this shrinking it? It's trying to make it like full. It's trying to make it like full screen, but okay, don't ever play a video while this capture software is capturing. 1 second, let me just disconnect and reconnect it. Funny glitches from this capture thing. It really doesn't like it when you switch to a video. Oh my god, it's still bigly sized. What the hell? Let me restart that crap. Let me restart the fucking capture gimmick. Let me quit that and relaunch it because yeah, that's really screwed up. I've never seen it like get all the way screwed up like that. I knew that it kind of gets all screwy when it tries to be like, hey, this is a video. Let me full screen. Let me change the dimensions in which you're capturing. And it's just like, no, I want you to be vertical. I don't want you to be horizontal. I don't want a video. Why is it still sized wrong? Is it because it's media? Oh my god, it's changes to a different kind of capture when you pick a photo. That sucks. What the hell? What do you mean you do that? The best I can do is like zoom in on these manually. I need to check and see if there's a setting to make it so like don't switch to any mode but the main capture mode. Let me find it. Let me find it and then I'll zoom in on it, okay? Here it is. Can you see? Can you see? This is it. What is it? That's Polaris Cord. Yeah, it's cool. I really liked it. I liked Polaris Cord a bunch last year while I was in Japan. Ooh, okay. I learned today that this capture act cannot handle any sort of media, no matter what. It chokes. It chokes. It's what the hell? Tries to make it full screen and then the capture is all fucked up. Whatever. Okay. Lessons learned there. It's a very recent game, came out late last year or early this year. I was there last year, so yeah, it would be late last year. I was there in like October. Must have been very new then when I played it. I really liked it. I was actually I don't play rhythm games that often, I was actually impressed by it. I think we did it, by the way. A minute ago. We did it. We didn't even realize. We didn't even realize we had beat the level. I maybe would have waited a minute before going into photos if I had known how close we were. I mean, I think I knew how close we were. I saw the pipes. I knew that, like, oh, we get through that one part. I just totally forgot while thinking about rhythm games. If y'all have any suggestions for things I can play on a Retroid, which I'll be honest, like, maybe I could get some more things on there. Like, I don't have any arcade games on here, honestly. So, like, should I go get some arcade games? How do you legally back up an arcade machine? Should I go buy an arcade machine, make a legal backup of it, and then, somehow lose the arcade machine in a way that is credible? Doesn't make sense. I don't know that you can legally make that excuse. It doesn't, you would know if you lost an arcade machine. You know, there's, that is a real head scratcher. People have MAME machines. It's cool. No one cares. Maybe it's fine. Maybe you can, like, buy the software or something. You can probably buy and then back up the software somehow? I bet there's ways. Let me know if I should investigate these ways of legally buying and then backing up and then putting on my Retroid arcade software as well. People have MAME machines. They must have figured out how to do it a long time ago in a legal fashion that's on the level and everyone's okay with it. There's probably arcade, like actual arcades that have MAME machines and all that, so, you know, it's... those are the guys that... First off, you know. Anyway, thank you for the level. We did it. Let me hit complete and bring up the next one. Yeah. It's Hello There, who has been waiting patiently and been ready to go. Excellent. All right, here's another topic. I'll say, let me see. Right now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards left. We have 12 levels in queue. You know what? Let's hold off on this next topic because it's sort of getting into the next major topic of the stream. And instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do this one level, and then after that, we're going to go to last calls. We're going to go to last calls after this last level, and give y'all a chance to get some crap in. And actually, I don't know what we're going to do for last call, because this controller doesn't have an Y button on it, so it can't actually get into my levels as easily. You're going to post an art one after this? Excellent. Well, we'll see that when it comes up, which might be as the last level, you know. We'll see how many people get in after you, you know, during last call, etc. Again, the time for submitting will be coming upon us. I saw that there was a retro handheld that's like a Windows-based one that has like 2 screens and is really expensive. You know, it's like, strong enough where it basically is like, it's like the size of a Steam Deck, right? But clamshell style and has 2 screens, so it's good for 3DS. I mean, it's good, except that you have to do some real dumb shit to get it so that you can get it on both screens, which is kind of an annoying thing to have to do. First try, let's go. Cool. I'll play whatever level you submit, whether it's yours or not. I will play it. I don't mind people curating levels, finding levels for me. Several other viewers also tend to occasionally pull in some that they've found, as well as ones that they created. It's up to you. Do whatever you want to do. If that original creator came in somehow and was like, hey, I want you to play it, like, I guess I would replay it. You know, if that was their desire. I wouldn't say, no, I've beaten it before, so there you go. I'd say, like, okay, well, you're the boss. It is up to y'all. Though, I would appreciate if y'all don't, like, make me play the same level over and over again if it's the one I've beaten before. That would be... I think that's just nicest for content's sake, but if you haven't seen it and it's your level and, you know, or whatever, it's all up to you. It's all up to you. What was I saying? What was I going to say? I saw that Windows handheld... Shit, fuck, ass. Can handle, 360 games. As well as just, like, actual Steam games. Like, actual good ones. Hey, Lord Bowser, how do you do? A lot of raids tonight. A lot of raids tonight. I saw that can handle, like, actual 360 games. And that makes me really jealous. I wish. This retro handheld is great. But, like, man, if it could handle retro games, like, perfectly, including, like, 360 games, like, that would be a dream come true. The retro handheld I saw on, Retro Game Core was $1,300. So, like, yeah, I guess, you know, hey, for the price, it makes sense that it can run any game in existence. That's, when you're paying $1,300 for a handheld, and it's the size of a, you know, a Steam Deck, like, yeah, it should run everything. But, like, man, get me that in, like, $300, and I'm gonna be really happy. Get me that in, like, $300, and I think that would be, fantastic. Let me get you a shout out, Lord Bowser, as I do. Lord Bowser, very often a viewer of this channel, has rated a bunch of times. What? An error occurred? Apollo error service timeout? What the hell does that mean? I'm seeing in Twitch chat the message, an error occurred. Apollo error service timeout. And that's seems to be attached to... I guess that's the thing that's supposed to make something appear on screen. We still good? We still live? Everything's nice and good? Is chat still working? You let me know if everything's shiny. You know, to use the Firefly terminology for no reason. Let me know everything's looking good. I would appreciate that because it did say an error occurred, and that's freaking me out a little bit. You know what? When I hit complete and I see that the message appears in chat, that should be good enough. There, level complete appeared in chat. We're good. We're good. Hello there said add the code. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. Perfect. Hello to Lord Bowser's folks. Lots of raids tonight. Let me just say, real fast like, we are about to go into last call for level. And in fact, let's not beat around the bush here. Here we are in last call for level. It is time for last call for level. I'm gonna play some of my own levels to give y'all time to submit. And any last levels that you have. I'm currently playing on a N64 8-bit DOE controller that I just got the other day. So, I can't get... there's no Y button on this thing, so I can't get to my profile usual style, but I can get into this screen, which is almost as good. I remember. I forgot I was looking at some stuff real fast. This is what's the theme of tonight? I guess I could just show like some stuff that I was working on for a bit. Yeah, let's just show some stuff I was working on for a bit and then forgot about. When I finished the Super World, to which, yeah, I haven't done the trailer yet, and I guess I missed another deadline for getting it into whatever Super World Direct that exists. I'll get it into the next one whenever I get around to it. After my Universal vacation, I'll try to find some time to, do it. Yeah, I was thinking it for a while, oh, I want to make a bonus level based on some of my existing levels. And I guess, this one They didn't get very far. I was just messing around a little bit. And I also don't have a minus button, so I can't actually, like, get in here. And I was trying to figure out, like, okay, what are some fun ideas where it can be, like, oh, you know, 20-second levels based on levels that are already in my super world using the similar gimmicks and all that. Feel like that would have been a fun, like, thing to have, like, when the trailer goes up. I never started working on them, but, and also, it turns out I needed, like, a break from making for a while, so I haven't worked on them at any point. Maybe I should get around to them, though, and, like, actually crank out, like, some actual bonus levels, which, as I'm looking, these are definitely not, like, actually made. This is the girder situation, but reskinned with a different theme and stuff. I guess I had chosen, like, Red Girder Gala for Super Mario Brothers, Frosted Forest for 3, Crumble Rumble for World, and, Igneous 500 for... That's a weird choice for the... I'm surprised by that choice in retrospect. I forgot about that, but okay. Chose, like, one from the first couple worlds. I guess from the first 5 worlds in particular. Plus Plunder for world, for 3D World. Good idea, haven't gotten around to it. Maybe I will. You know what, I haven't done the trailer yet. There's plenty of time to, like, build out 5 20-second levels. If I do, should I talk about it every time as I'm working on it, or should I just, like, keep it on the hush-hush? I'll be honest, like, these days, I prefer to spend more of my time working on, like, stream and channel stuff versus, like, in-game stuff, you know, like, stuff for, like, the content. But, maybe I should get back to it and, make some actual stuff. Is there a level I can show that's, like, what is the most closest to an actual level that is not a, I think I deleted and cleared out most of my, like, you know, preview stuff a while ago, so, you know, there's just, like, I saved this one randomly. I guess this one might be fine. 6 days left for the super trailer. I got plans the next 6 days to do more streams and to, like, you know, I'm doing more streams this week. And also, the week after, I'm going to Universal, so, like, look, I got higher priorities than doing a trailer for my Super World. As good as it is, and as proud as I am of it, like, I don't need it to have a trailer. Y'all can just check it out. There's nothing wrong with just checking it out. Thing is, it's just, I feel like the thing with a trailer has just been that I haven't made that many. It's a thing I haven't done that much of, like, video editing, like, and this would be, like, the most intense video editing I've ever done for this trailer, at least the plans would be, so, you know, if I were to give up my Sunday, I probably could get it done. But I already planned a stream for Sunday this week, so, you know, it's already, spoken for. And I got a stream on Tuesday, and then, like, Thursday, I guess I could do it, but Thursday night, I'm probably gonna be packing. For the Universal trip. Hey, Sapphire Jack. You're back. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a bit. Anyway, we don't have to spend that much time here. We've shown off all this, like, work in progress stuff before in previous last calls. That about sums it up. I'll play whatever I have for this, which was a mine track level that never got off the ground. And then we'll get going on the next level. And that'll be it for last calls. Half-hearted look behind the scenes, I guess, is what this last call has been. rather than having a theme. Again, I wasn't able to access the usual thing that I do, so we had to improvise, you know, controller again. Next week we'll be playing with the regular controller, and that'll be smart. That'll be the smart thing to do, quite honestly. All right, let's get the queue closed. Let's queue closed. Last call over. All right, folks, that will do it for last call for levels. That'll do it for last call for levels. We have a lot of cards left, so the stream is not over, but we will talk about those various topics as we go through these remaining 14 levels, which I will say, that's a lot of levels. That's a good amount of levels for the remainder of the stream. In fact, we might... The last segment of the stream has tended to be longer than the previous segments, I think, recently. And just because the queue is closed doesn't mean that we're anywhere near the end. It just means that we're getting through it. Rock Party, you have to confirm if you want me to do Pipers with the full amount. Did Rock Parties confirm earlier? Let me just scroll up and check. Yeah, I haven't seen Rock Party chat in a minute. Rock Party, go ahead and confirm. Rock Party says here. Excellent. Okay. And, let's try to focus. We're gonna doing Pipers again, right? If this is Pipers, and I believe it probably is, knowing you. This is gonna be a hard one to manage. You're gonna go, Lord Bowser. See you later. See you next week. That's right. I'll say again, like, schedule-wise, let me just say, next week is the last proper week in a while. It's gonna start with, Ocarina of Time Randomizer on Sunday. There's the finale for Banjo-Tooie on Tuesday. And then viewer levels on Friday. And then next week, I'm gonna be out of town. Don't expect any streams or nothing. Not even an out-of-town stream. I'm not planning anything. If I do one, it'll be spontaneous. That's right, I'm going to Epic Universe. I'm going to Orlando. I'm going to see the other parks. And I'm going to hang out with my cousins for a day at the end of it. There's going to be a Disney day at the end. We'll talk about this in a bit. Like, there's a card for that later on to talk about it. This is a hard level, so we get extra heads, as you know. And I forgot to enable them, so let's just count this as the first life. I'll be very nice. Hey, if we get a refresh at the checkpoint, it won't have made a difference. Unless it's the last life that we make it on, which we'll see. We got this. We got this. I need to decide... You know, maybe this weekend, like, one of the first things I need to do is decide how many shirts and which ones I'm bringing. I'll look through my shirts and decide. And I'll decide on a completely different set, more or less, than the ones that came with me to New Jersey last month. I have so many shirts. So many that can come. Is the timing of the audio off? No, that's good. Thought it sounded delayed for a second there, but I think that was just my imagination. I mean, it is literally delayed for me, just by a scotch, because I'm playing off the TV, but I'm hearing the same audio that y'all hear. But, like, I'll say I can barely perceive the difference just with my ears. I can perceive it with my eyes if I have both you know, the actual TV speakers running. I could be able to tell, but I can't right now. And that is good. Dang, we're almost out of tries, so we gotta make it this time, or else. Earlier this stream, it took like the whole 12 minutes to get to the subworld, so like, you know, it's not a surprise that this is a hard level. We know this. Oh, fuck, it was right there. Oh, god damn. Ah, we almost clinched it there. Almost clinched it there. Nice start to the lightning round. And such. Thank you, thank you. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Good start to, not the lightning round, the, post-queue closing lightning round. The right lightning round concluding, as it's typically labeled in the VOD. Let me hit, let me hit that, and, Coco. Coco from YouTube is up next. Coco, go ahead and confirm for me. Meanwhile, let's do a card. Did y'all hear that YouTube is going to use AI to guess your age? In the latest, you know, really very concerning, age legislation-based internet safety stories, the latest story is YouTube's gonna just fucking guess, and, you know, if it thinks you're a kid, it's gonna make you, upload an ID or use a credit card to confirm that you're not. Which, you know, I think that's it's a funny thing to think about, I guess, on a certain level. Like, I definitely saw a good skit from one guy who's just like, you know, like, oh, like, what if that happens, what YouTube is basically saying is that you have the watch history of an 8-year-old, you know, which, okay, yeah, I guess, what is that going to be based on, right? Like, if you watch video game content, if you watch, like, animated content, like, for like, you know, fans of shows like Steven Universe and all that, regular show, like, is it gonna clock them as children? Like, how exactly does that work? And I guess the thing with AI is that you can say, like, well, it's not our fault that it's wrong, it's the AI being wrong, which, you know, I don't know if you know this, but AI is often wrong, so this, is gonna be messy. Is gonna be messy. You know, you gotta hope, you gotta believe that, right, like, if you have a YouTube account that is, you know, as old as the servant itself, let's say, that it should know, like, okay, well, you're good, yeah. Your YouTube account is literally older than when it was acquired by Google. Your YouTube account would be legal, would be, like, you know, able to vote and drink and all that. Like, what, YouTube was like, '06, I think? So that means that the... Actually, no, that would make it like, 19 is the oldest YouTube account, so not quite legal to drink yet, not in America, but getting there, getting there. I don't know. I think it is, concerning news, I guess. I didn't look at the clear rate. Let me check the clear rate real fast before we give this one a go. We need to know if this one gets bonus heads or not. It's important. No, it's really high clear rate wise. Let's go. 5 tries and we should be able to do it in 1. I'll bet. Maybe not 1. I think I need to, like, hit the button with really good timing. Okay, after that one jump, it's pretty much a gimme. Unless it's a tight timer or something. And you will have to do some note block jumps. But other than that, gimme. I'll take 2. We have 2 seconds, by the way. Just enough. Just enough. 0 seconds on the clock. You cannot see it. It's kind of obscured, but we had 0 seconds left. Good crap. Very well tuned, very well timed. That first jump was kind of funky. Kind of, fucky, even, I would say. Thank you, Coco. Kind of a fucky first jump. Yeah. A fucky first jump. That's not a bad name for a VOD. I feel like though, if you put fucky in the name of a VOD, that's gonna get that's I mean I'm not monetized at all, but that's not gonna get like the algorithm isn't gonna like it. Regardless, Sternblatt just said GG. Sternblatt is here. Excellent. I mean, I'll say, like, that might be a good name for a YouTube short, though. I don't know. Can you put, like, a fucky jump in a YouTube short? Will the YouTube short algorithm like it? The YouTube short algorithm might hate the word fucky. I don't know. I like the word fucky. The word fucky is good to me. I like it. It's sort of a fun way to say fuck. A little bit fucky, you know? I don't think we as a society are saying fucky quite enough. That's what I think. That's what I think. Let's get those heads refreshed and start typing in this code. Meanwhile, let me do a card. Do kids need such zealous protection from media culture act? There's a lot of legislation going around right now that is targeting legislation, societies like the Collective Shout, giant bunch of a-holes that they are, that are running around trying to censor all culture and crap and trying to get it all shut down for the sake of protecting the children and all that. But I have definitely have some thoughts on that myself, considering, like, hey, pitch shifter, let me let you get one in. Let me here you go, laid open for you. You can have one. Get that in there. Definitely thinking about that because, like, I'm definitely thinking in terms of, like, when I was a kid, right? When I was a kid, I was watching The Sopranos, right? I started watching The Sopranos around season 3. That would mean I was around, like, 13, 14 when I started watching it, which, you know, was fine. I turned out great. Fuck off. You know, I feel like this is down to the person and down to the parents and down to the kid, right? Whether they would be down for that sort of thing or not. And, like, organizations like that just being all weird and making sure everyone has to give ID, I think that is a shame. And I think that is, you know, even for shit like pornography, you know, I don't care, man. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I definitely looked at some porno before I was a legal adult, if you know what I mean. Like, I definitely was interested. You know, I wasn't finding porn in the woods. I was in the generation where you could find it in the internet instead. And, you know, that worked out quite nicely. I mean, honestly, it wasn't as good as as it's been for the last, like, 20 years, but, you know, since like, I become an adult, but, you know, it was doable, and suffice it to say, you know, who didn't, right? Like, I don't think these organizations should be jumping down everyone's throats, you know? I feel like, first off, it is worth noting that when they say they want to protect the children, a good part of their prerogative is also to, like, protect the children from LGBT by making it so that gay people can't exist in public, or at all, preferably. You know, they're monsters. No matter what words they use to nicen it up, you know, no matter how much they say, like, oh, it's for the children. But also, like, when you really get down to it, who are you to say what other people's children shouldn't do? And when I was a child, you know, I was definitely of the mind, like, oh, you know, no one has any place in saying what I can and can't do. I'll do what I want. And I think I was correct to have that take. And I hope that, like, you know, there are still cool kids out there. And, you know, I imagine anyone, like, of the high school age is that with it. You know, it's not like we're talking about goo goo gaga, you know, motherfuckers. We're talking about people who are in high school to a certain degree. People who are getting into high school. They're like, they're in hard mode now. They're with the other kids that, you know, are statistically fucking each other, you know, according to the statistics. You know, it's probably high time once they're that old, like, yeah, you need to, like, stop being silly about it. I mean, I'll say, like, YouTube is not, you know, when I'm pretty sure Well, actually, I think if you mark something as for adult, it will block anyone below the age of 18 from watching, which is why I don't mark my YouTube videos as just for adults, because, like, I think anyone in high school could probably handle it. No problem, no questions asked. And I think a really cool 14-year-old would probably be fine. You know, if you can watch The Sopranos, you can watch me, I think. That'd be my take. I do not care what the law says, and I think that, you know, most cool kids won't. And most cool parents won't as well. It's a question for the kids. I also do think, in general, the kids should be watching more. Let's go, let's do this level. We have been delaying for too long to have this little tangent. I think that kids should be watching more naughty business. Not, you know, I don't care if the kids are watching pornography, though. I know that they are. Of course they are. I was. Who wouldn't? I don't care about that. What I want them to watch is shit like Terminator. I want them to watch good-ass movies from my generation. I want them to watch movies at all, first off. And then, yes, I want them to watch Goodfellas and The Rock and things of that nature. Like, yeah, you kids out there, you need to watch some goddamn movies. They're goddamn good. You know, of course, there are some ones that you can watch, for sure, like, Back to the Future. You know, like, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, actually, maybe, you know, there's some hints of incest in there that, like, some real conservative bastards might go like, hang on, he wants to do what with his mom? No, he doesn't want to do what with his mom. His mom wants to do it with him because she doesn't know. Spoilers for Back to the Future, but, we all know how that... We all know it doesn't go like that. What do the big-ass conservatives think of, like, the collective shout? What do they think of the episode of Futurama where they go back in time to, you know, to... God, I love that episode. I love every episode of Futurama. We have been just doing real goddamn good. I'm sorry to talk about collective shout while playing a level this good. They're really not worth it. That was a fantastic level, Sternblatz. I thought it was really fun. It's just, you know, feels really good. You know, it's one of those levels where it's just really intuitive. It just comes natural. You don't have to think about it that much. And that's why I was talking about how the kids should watch some actual goddamn hard-ass movies. Back in the day, that's how we did. You know, back in the day, they marketed, like, RoboCop to children. They had RoboCop toys and, you know, things of that nature. Is Ghostbusters, is that rated R? They marketed Ghostbusters to children. It has some like, you know, some sex jokes and things of that nature in it. And it was just like, no, it's cool. Just go wild, yeah. Terminator absolutely marketed to kids. And it was great. I feel like we gotta go back to that. You know, now we have, like, Marvel, and Marvel is very family-friendly. And it's just like, yeah, no, things were better when all of our biggest film IPs were, like, the least family-friendly things possible. Now we got the opposite. You know, back then it was like, all the games are family-friendly, all the movies are not family-friendly. Now, all the movies are family-friendly if they exist because kids don't watch movies anymore, period. And all the games are M-rated, except for the ones that aren't on Nintendo, especially coming from the likes of Nintendo, I guess. Worth noting. Let me hit complete. Oh, let me also close that back up. I forgot to close it back up after letting someone in. Let me go ahead and hit complete. And, yeah. Two-tone tough Tony. Two-tone tough Tony. Go ahead and confirm. Kids should watch Sopranos. Kids should watch Goodfellas. And they should appreciate that, you know, it doesn't get better than that. You know, for all fun social media can be and short-form content can be, I do think that there's no beating a prestige... The Sopranos is better than TikTok. The Sopranos is better than TikTok is not a bad name for a stream, for the VOD. If we didn't already have From Nintendo Direct to Poopy Buttholes as an option for the VOD. No, I think that's one's just you're not beating that. Two-Tone Tough Tony, go ahead and confirm. Let me do another card while we wait and see if Two-Tone Tough Tony says anything. Is that no hobby discourse actually new, y'all reckon? I've been seeing some discourse on this. Maybe just a couple of videos. I don't know, like, if it's, like, all over TikTok, people are saying that, like, the next generation doesn't have hobbies and things of that nature. I've been thinking about that myself this week, and especially after watching one such video from one such creator. And the thing I sort of came to thinking about it is, like, I am not sure if this is a new phenomenon. I am not sure if this is, like, strictly speaking, a new thing for this generation. Because I was thinking back, right? When I was a kid, I went through all of high school without really talking about games in public. Because, you know, yeah, when you're a teenager, when you're a high schooler, there is a lot of pressure to conform with the masses, with the crowd, and not stand out as being weird for, like, you know, consuming what at the time was fast becoming the most popular form of entertainment out there, video games. You know, there was a lot of peer pressure and a lot of worrying, like, what do people think of me as a person? Very silly shit, in retrospect. Very silly shit, and, like, every generation before has eventually gotten to the point of, like, oh, I don't give a fuck. I just realized I don't give a fuck what people my age think. I don't give a fuck. I give a fuck what I think. And maybe my friends, maybe the people I know on Discord, maybe. But, like, you know, standing out, I feel like when you get to, like, your late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s even, and on, it becomes less of a thing, you know, less of a concern. And I've heard many other people from previous generations share this. You know, people talking about, like, I heard Dan Reichert, who's, like, maybe 5-10 years older than I am, say, like, oh, you know, he went through high school, I think. I think he was saying that he went through high school, like, not talking about wrestling. But I think he also might have said that he wore t-shirts from wrestling to try to, like, you know, advertise it a little bit and be like, oh, I'm actually, you know, if anyone knows, here's a hint, you know, but kind of playing it cool, you know. And he's, like, so into wrestling, he eventually worked for WWE, so, like, you know, that's, like, a funny thing to think about. I remember the Penny Arcade guys saying the same thing, you know, like, 20 years ago, I used to listen to their podcast that they had where they made the comic strip, and in one of them, I remember very distinctly them just going, like, why did we give a fuck what other people thought? I do not give a single fuck now, and it's just so liberating. And, like, I think the no hobby situation is just the normal peer pressure that you get when you're in high school, and, like, you know, people, I see the younger people saying, like, oh, you know, having hobbies is cringe, and no one wants to be cringe. It's like, well, cringe is, like, a new word, but, you know, we used to have the word uncool, which basically meant the same thing. You know, in this case, you're basically using it the same way you would use uncool. So, that's just what it is. That's just what you're saying, is that I don't want to be seen as uncool. I don't see Two-Ton Tony, Two-Tone Tough Tony. It's time for sudden death, let's go. Okay, let's just run as fast as we can, and we'll hope for the best. Okay, this level, we can at least get a good ways into it, and hell, I think it's possible we might be able to beat it. Provided we don't need to, like, take any unintuitive shortcuts to, like, save our, business. We have plenty of time, so, like, you know. What? Oh, crap, that we need a full jump there, not a spin jump. I was thinking spin jump to land on top of them, but that is hardly necessary. That's a cool level, Tone Tough Tony. I think I liked it. I will like to see more of it, but you not being here, that's all we can do. I will say furthermore on that topic. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level and let the next person start confirming. It's, how do you say this? Bessel. Bessel with a 3. B3SSEL. Bessel, go ahead and confirm. I think you know what to do if you've been, paying attention to any of it. And if you're not here, it'll be sudden death, and that's fine too. Up to you. I do think something is different, but not something that's been different for that long, honestly. Like, I feel my generation is sort of the weird exception here, and every other generation has basically had this sort of peer pressure, sort of, like, constricting the possibility space until you get to the point where you're, like, in college and... Or like past college, working age, where you say like, oh, I don't care what people think anymore. You know, until you consciously make that break and break yourself of that concern. And that is that when I was a kid, there was the internet. And the internet was separate. You know, there's the internet and then there's real life. And in real life, you have all this social pressure to fit in and conform. Meanwhile, on the internet, it's like, oh, there's just these forums that are like Envision Free or, Envision Premium. And, it's just a bunch of forums and chat rooms where a bunch of Donkey Kong fans have gotten together. Oh, crap, I can let my freak flag fly. I can be as big into Donkey Kong as I want to be, and hang out and have a good time. And it's just pretty chill and fun. We had that outlet to be nerdy and to, like, really just, like I said, let said flag fly. And I do think now with the way TikTok and social media now works, like, there is a much closer coupling of real life and social networks, right? Like, you are one person. And everyone you meet in real life, you could also, like, follow physically or follow in social network. And I started to have that when, like, Twitter started up, and I did follow, like, a couple of real life friends, and then just, like, I decided I didn't give a fuck, and also, like, those real life friends sort of fell off Twitter anyway, so it was like, oh, it's not a big deal. And I'm not on Facebook anymore. On Facebook, I was not really the most comfortable on Facebook because, you can't stop, you're friends with your family and friends with your people you knew from high school. I'll say I did like, I did switch to what the fuck was it called? Google Plus? Google, what the hell was that called? I was into that Google social network for a while. I was kind of sad it didn't take off, but what the fuck? I thought it had a good killer feature with the circles concept. Like, I'm surprised that never came back, but I guess, like, everyone wants to broadcast to everyone. I'll say I think that Blue Sky could use like a way to share a post, but only for like a select group or like an inner circle or whatever. Like, that would be a good feature for a social network to implement. I say that, probably there's loads that already have it. That's probably a feature that already exists, isn't it? Certainly you could restrict the people who reply to that, but whatever. I think that a lot of that generational talk and a lot of the talk about, like, young people today, messy buttholes aside, I think it's really interesting. What the hell is this level? I can't stay here. Whoa, okay. I don't see a path forward that doesn't involve dying, and Bessel is not here, so... I think that's all we can do for now, unfortunately. That was 2 quick deaths, but that's what happens when you're not present for your level. Easy Kaizo, says the description. I don't know about easy. Thank you for the level. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next. I have a lot of thought about that generational crap. A lot of thought about, like, you know, what's up with the next generation. I'm concerned about their literacy. I'm, wondering what's going to happen to a generation raised on AI. I have a lot of concerns. And, maybe I should just mind my own business. I know. But I think this sort of stuff is interesting. It's interesting to think about. It's interesting to really break down. And it's also interesting to just note, like, yeah, no. It's hard to... It's easy to think about people just in terms of, like, oh, millennials are like this. Gen X is like this. Gen Z is like this. Gen A is like this. And it's just like, yeah, you could kind of throw all that out to a certain degree. Teenagers are like this. 20-somethings are like this. 30-somethings are like this. 10-year-olds are like this. There's maybe just a more intuitive way to bracket it where you don't have to, like, reinvent the language every 10 years when it's like, oh, suddenly Gen Alpha isn't so much into baby bottles anymore and cribs. Apparently Gen Alpha is now into, in 10 years they're gonna realize, like, oh, Gen Alpha is into normal things for people to be into. And they're gonna realize, like, oh, we thought that, Gen Z, or I think Gen Z is mostly over that point now. We thought that Gen Z was just, like, always going to be, like, little hyperactive little shits, but it turns out, and I don't know if you know this, but they're turning into adults, and they're gonna get jobs. Wow! It's just like, yeah, that's just normal. You got tied into this whole generations concept, but you guys gotta take a step back and go, like, it's a conveyor belt that constantly moves forward, and we're all going through the same phases with maybe some couple of generational differences. Like, my generation liked Twitter, my parents' generation is still into Facebook somehow, and the next generation is into TikTok, and the generation after that probably will look at their parents being into TikTok and go, well, I'm not going to get into TikTok then. I'll get into something else. And they'll probably have something else as well. Norts. Super Mario Brothers 2. Is everything good? Everything working? I'm seeing the bot. I'm seeing everything. Everything looks good to me. I shouldn't worry then. The stream, is everything good? Let me just, check and make sure everything is going all right. I'm still live. Everything looks good to me. Okay. Nort, you can confirm or you cannot confirm. It's up to you. Let's just play the level, and then we'll do the next card after. Got a bunch of these, like, cultural cards about, like, this sort of stuff lined up tonight. Because what the hell am I looking at here? I take this, I jump off, I land on the... need to land on the blue plats. And then I spin jump off the bomb. Wow, this is a sequence of events. Wow, that is a lot to figure out in one go, and it's a 40-second level, so we saw, like, the first 2% tops. I don't see Nort, but let's just pull this up in more info. We can't get more tries unless Nort were to confirm. Let's zoom in here and go, oh my god. Oh my god, that wow, let me take a drink of water, and I'll, pull a card. And, let me look at the next person. The next person is Almond Shear. Almond Shear, you can confirm. My Twitch chat isn't broken, right? Let me just confirm real fast. I'm just gonna refresh, just to be safe. I would hate it if everyone was trying to confirm and just Twitch chat was being weird because of a previous error. No, it's all good. It's all good. Okay. There's the Nightbot to confirm that everything is normal. Everyone's making making spaghetti. Something of the nature. Get the fuck out of this view. And let's go ahead and hit dismiss. Thank you, Nort, for the level. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and hit lost and then hit next. Next up is Almond Share. That didn't appear in the YouTube chat for reasons, but no matter. I'm pretty sure Almond Share is on the Twitch end, so that should suffice, right? Let me just scroll up real fast and make sure. Nort is on the YouTube end, so like if Nort had confirmed, it would be on the YouTube side, so, you know, I think good. I think everything's good. Let me do another card. Looking back on parental controls during my youth. This is something I was thinking about the other day in terms of, like, you know, I have been thinking about this sort of thing as I get older, and as, like, you know, now I am an uncle. I have a nephew who's, like, 1.5 years old. Pretty soon here, he should be learning to talk. I don't know. He just got his ears fixed, so he can hear good now, presumably. So he'll be talking soon, and I'm kind of curious, like, how the hell do you moderate that stuff? I'll tell you the story of, like, how it went for me as a kid. When I was a kid, my parents bought some sort of, like, hey, Almond Shear, perfect confirmation there. Textbook. This is an Airship Enjoy, excellent. Let's just get going. It's probably going to be auto-scrolling, kind of slow, so perfect time for this anecdote. When I was a kid, my parents bought some sort of parental software, right? The kind that's like, okay, it counts the hours that you're logged in and makes it so that you can only have so much time on the internet, on the computer, etc. You know, without certain things, you know, it approving certain things. Jeez, this is gonna be a long one, huh? And I remember just being devastated when it started, when they got it, right? Because, like, oh my god, this is these limits that they're looking at of, like, I don't know, a couple hours a day, completely unreasonable, especially with how internet is, you know, you need it for assignments and stuff sometimes. What about that crap? And, well, I'll say, I think there's a platform right here, perfect. I'll say we didn't have to worry about it for very long, because what happened really fast is that me and my sister somehow got a hold of the password for it. I don't know if we got a hold of the password, or, like, my parents didn't set up the password, so we just went, oh, I'm the admin. Hello, I'm the admin now. And we just set it up where it didn't enforce any of the restrictions it was supposed to enforce. So we just had to, like, you know, sort of, you know, play it cool, you know, and pretend like, oh yeah, we're limited on how much internet time we're getting. And then, you know, you could sneak out after dark into the computer room and be like, aha, I'm, you know, staying up all night in my chat room situation. Let's go. And occasionally you'd get caught and you'd go like, oh, what? It was funny because we never mentioned it. We never said, like, oh, we totally took over, it's ours now. We just sort of, you know, mums the word. We didn't say nothing. And I think they never, like, really, you know, got a handle of what the fuck, right? Maybe they did, like, eventually. I definitely, you know, I'll say I definitely did have some times in my life where the parents took away internet for, like, a month or so, which I'll say was probably, like, the most I have ever felt like death, you know? The most depressed, distraught I have ever been in my life. You know, I've heard some millennials say, like, oh, I remember peace before being always online. Not me, no. I was there before there were phones. I was there addicted to my big-ass computer. I was on that thing, like, every day, every night, after school. That was my life. And I definitely valued it a lot more than the thing. No internet is a horrible experience. I know. Like, for real, like, probably the most times I have cried in my life have been, like, you know, getting internet taken away, honestly. And I don't know if this is, like, out of pocket or whatever, but I'll say, like, I do think that was the most horrible thing I ever experienced, you know? Like, the most drastic punishment, the most... I don't want to say traumatizing because, you know, hey, it's a regular punishment that certainly is not illegal. But, like, man, I probably would have rather had a good old ass kicking than, like, no internet for a month. Like, I don't know what kids today think, but, man, I would rather just get my ass beat for like, failing a class or two versus being, like, you know... being, like, you know, withdrawn from the internet for a month. And it was always the weirdest thing, too, because you'd be, like, in chat rooms going, like, oh, yeah, I guess, you know, you won't see me for a month? I guess, like, you know, next report card and shit. It's just, like, the most embarrassing thing to broach. And just, like, you know, people disappearing without a word is so weird on the internet. You don't do it. It's just, like, the weirdest thing to do. I was thinking about that in terms of, like, how the hell do you discipline a child these days, honestly? Because, like, yeah, you know, if I were a parent, which I don't think I ever will be, I have no interest in it. No interest in becoming a parent, no interest in, like, rearing a kid. That sounds like a whole pain in the ass. And takes up your whole life? Nah, not for me. I don't know how the fuck you would do it, because, like, yeah, no, if my experience, like... even before phones, you're basically talking about grounding them from all their friends and all their social contact and all their hobbies and all their interests for, like, you know, ever. You know, when you're talking about that sort of punishment, like, no internet for an extended period. Maybe for, like, a day or so would be fine, you know, just go to your room and all that. Like, that would be a perfectly good punishment, but... like, man, I don't know. I really don't know. I have no answer other than, like, I guess you could try yelling at them. Does that work? I don't know. You can get over being chewed out a little bit. You know, it's not that big a deal. And then, go about your day. Did we just get a checkpoint? Tell me we just got a checkpoint. No, we didn't, and that's the last try. Damn, that was so close. Almond share. Really good, airship level in the traditional style. If only there was a checkpoint, we could have knocked it out. We would have had refresh tries, and that would have given us probably more than enough to do the boss. I definitely think, maybe this is just me, but, like, every time I was without internet, I was just, like, the saddest sack in existence. Just the most depressed motherfucker. I do think I needed internet to be happy. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. I don't think that's, I think we all need internet to be happy. And I'm so glad to be an adult now, and I know that I will never have internet taken away from me again. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, you know. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I don't have that many enemies. I'm not a big enemy person. And what enemies I do have, it's like, man, I don't even know if I have enemies. I have people that don't like me, who, man, if I could, like, raise an olive branch, I would. But I'm pretty sure they just don't like me, and they don't want to, you know. You know, you butt heads with some people. I wouldn't wish no internet on anyone. And you know what? I'd wish it on J.K. Rowling and the current president of the United States. That would probably be better for them because their takes are horrendous and probably get them in more trouble. They could, I don't know. It is a horrible thing. Anyway, I hope the kids' luck in negotiating this. I hope the parents' luck also in negotiating this. I don't know how you'd manage this all. It seems like a really hard problem that no one has a good answer for. I'm not sure that, like, you know, I hear people talking about, like, oh, you know, millennials are, like, raising them too soft, and I probably think that's true. But, like, Yeah, but how do you avoid that? How do you, like, you know, maintain discipline without, like, ruining someone's social life? Without, like, embarrassing them terribly and, taking away their happiness. Thank you for the level. Let me dismiss and bring up the next one. Here we go. It is the Ultimate Mario Builder. You can get internet for $10 online easily. Unfortunately. Fortunately. Okay. I guess, like... God, imagine if you were a kid now. Maybe you could do something goofy when you got it taken away. Like, you could totally go to this... Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't. Maybe you have to be a certain age, but imagine you just got, like, a burner or, like a... you went to the store and was like, okay, give me, like, something with an internet connection. Could you get, like, a secret phone that your parents don't know about? You'd have to pay for it. How expensive is that? I don't know. Let me do another card and talk about it while we wait for Ultimate Mario Builder to confirm. And this will actually ducktail into that. What do y'all make of kids with iPads, iPhones, etc.? Man, I feel like that's such a weird thing, and something I've been thinking about for a while, and just in general, like, man, we grew up, as much as things haven't changed as far as, like, teenagers still exert peer pressure at each other and find it debilitating. That much hasn't changed. But phones have. When I was a teen, there was no smartphones. The smartphone was invented, like, I think it was invented, like, when I was in high school, and by the end of high school, people had them, like, people with jobs, like, with part-time jobs. Some people had gotten iPhone 1s, but it was a rarity, it was a luxury. It was way different from now, where, like, I'm hearing that, like, kids as young as 10 or even 8 are getting them, and it's just like, goddamn, like, when I was, like, 8, when I was, like, 10... cell phones were a luxury. You did not get a kid a cell phone. A cell phone was like a luxury for the parents even. Like, my mom and dad had a cell phone because they were, adults who had jobs and, made money. And we were just like snot-eating, kids, to put it, gently, to use a phrase. We were just little kids running around. We didn't know nothing. And it wasn't until, like, I was in high school that I got a dumb phone, which was a chocolate... Y'all remember the chocolate phone? Where it was like a sliding thing where the keypad came out the bottom? And it had, like, media controls at top, which were terrible and you shouldn't use. You should stick to your iPods. Of course, I had an iPod. I had an iPod Nano, and it was fantastic. That was the way that I grew up, right? Like, a dumb phone, eventually, and an iPod Nano that had video on it, and that was, like, revolutionary at the time, that you could put video on it. It was like, wow, I can watch, like, episodes of TV whilst, not exercising in gym class, like hiding in the golf cart that happens to be in the area where we're supposed to be running laps. I'm just gonna lay in the back seat of the golf cart and just, watch an episode of television. And that was just really novel. And now, smartphones, they can actually do other stuff. Like, good stuff, even. They're not limited in the same way we were. That's just so mind-boggling, And, like, even through college, right? I don't see Ultimate, so let's go ahead and put into Sudden Death and get this going. Even in college, my daily carry, which is a phrase meaning the stuff that you carry with you every day. My daily carry was, I think it might have been the same dumb phone. I'm not sure if I ever got, like, a replacement one before moving to iPhones. I think it might have been the same phone for, like, 8 years or so. I'm not sure about that. But my media player at the time was a Zune HD, which, was pretty good for a one-purpose device, But in a world that was quickly becoming like, oh, you need apps that do stuff. And it's not a device that just does one thing anymore. That's not the thing anymore. Kind of, obviously, didn't have a place in the world anymore all of a sudden. I really liked the UX on it, and the software was good too for like uploading songs to your device. I kind of think it was a shame that they couldn't make it work, and you know, I never had a Windows phone. I went straight to an iPhone, but like the Zune HD was cool, and I have some nostalgia for it, I'll say. But like, yeah, it was basically like out of college where I got my first smartphone with an internet connection, which was always the big sticking point, right? The data connection. That was always the sticking point. Eventually, I feel like it became more affordable, but oof. You know, shit. Thank you, Ultimate Mario Builder. Let me go ahead and hit complete and bring up the next level. iPads are another part of that where, and the next person is Kaizo Bros. Let me go ahead and put in chat so that Kaizo Bros can see a message that ats them. Okay, perfect, good, okay. Kaizo Bros, please confirm. I was also thinking about iPads and about how, like, I've heard that, like, iPads have basically become, in the last 10, 20 years, like, baby's first computer. Like, babies, kids in general, generally learn on iPads, which kind of surprised me and shocked me, because in my life, the iPad was kind of a passing fad, you know? Like, when it first came out, I was in college, and I wrote an essay, which probably wasn't very good, about how I thought it would be a failure because it was just a big, overblown, like, iPhone. And then eventually I got one, the one that was like an iPad mini, or an iPad, I forget what they're called, if they're called minis, or, you know, maybe their name has changed since then. Did I enter the code right? CJFR54, not 45. There we go. I just eventually got one, and I found it was a great companion to the iPhone, where, you know, you would be at work all day, right? And use the iPhone, and then you would get home and you would dock your iPhone because it's, you know, dead. It has no battery left, and you would pick up the iPad and you would carry on doing the iPhone thing, but on the iPad. I kind of thought of it as the reinvention of the home phone. But, you know, as time went on and I didn't, like, upgrade my iPad every couple of years, eventually the iPad I had became next to useless. The batteries on iPhones became, like, was that a bad idea to do? That'd been a bad idea to do. A little confused about how you get around that without collecting it, but we have another try here, so let's try to do it. Kaizo Bros, please confirm. If you do, I will have more tries. Let me be clear. Dang it! I think that's it. I think that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote. Let's go ahead and get rid of that thing, and it's just weird to think, like, oh, I've been sort of writing off the iPad for years because, you know, it seems to me like a device you buy once and you have great time with, and then you never want to re-up it because it's like, oh, it's just as expensive as a phone, and you don't really use it every day, unlike the phone. It's not quite as essential. And the phones have gotten bigger, they've gotten more battery life, the screens have gotten bigger, so it's less like, you know, it's less like, oh, the phone is tiny and the iPad is big. It's like, no, now the phone is pretty decent and the iPad is just like overkill. You know, the iPad is so big you can barely type on it, you know, which I think is a problem. But apparently it has a place, and people, it's still popular and stuff, and that just kind of fucks, that kind of just, I'm kind of taken aback by it and realizing, like, the next generation has a fundamentally different relationship with it, to me. A fundamentally different. I think it's just a thing that collects dust in a cupboard after a brief flirtation, you know, with limited use in general. Like, I'll say there's been a few times where I've managed to get... There's been a few use cases for the iPad, I'll say. Like, the first time I went to Japan, I kept it off the Wi-Fi and loaded it up with videos that, you know, on services that need to check in and say, like, I am in the country that I am in. Except that if I didn't connect to Wi-Fi, I couldn't confirm, like, oh, wait, you're in Japan now, so you shouldn't get these videos. Which was dumb. Just get a VPN, and it's not really expensive at all. I should have gotten a VPN. That would have been much better. The second trip, I got a VPN. That use case is basically nothing. There's not much you can do with a very, very old iPad, and I've thought about replacing it, considering it is very, very old. But, like, well, I don't have that much use for it. I would maybe get a $50 one from, like, a third party, maybe. I say a third party as if Kindle is as if it's video games. I'd maybe get like a cheap one just to have something that I don't care about and I can bring to a beach or something. You know, I mean, I bring my regular phone to a beach now, but in a protective bag, so like that's not really the thing. Let me go ahead and dismiss and bring up the next one. That's enough time for Kaizo to confirm. Squink. Squink is up. Go ahead and confirm, Squink. Have a lot of thoughts. Have a lot of thoughts about that. You know, definitely. Maybe this is just a thing as, like, there's more and more talk about kids, and more my generation is, like, rearing kids. The older and older my, like, nephew and possibly other nephews and nieces and nephews. Nieces and nephews. If I get more of them, you know, eventually it's going to be like, well, shit. You know, I got a bunch of kids that occasionally I see and hang out with, and they'll be growing as I'm like, you know, see them all the time probably since we live in the same city, and, you know, I see my parents a bunch. I'm sure, like, they'll be dropped off to be babysat a bunch, and we'll, you know, all be hanging out together on occasion when it suits my sister to have free babysitting, you know. Which is cool and good, and it's alright, and it's, you know, what you should do when you have kids. Of course, you gotta drop them off at the grandparents. And then I'll go to the grandparents for dinner, and oh, there they are. That's giving me a lot of thoughts. Squink did an emote. Excellent. I think that's about it for, the like, looking back and like generational type talk. That's been a topic that I've been like interested. I think that's a topic that's just very interesting in general. Whoa, I somehow span over him using a mid-air jump, but a spin jump is going to be much easier. Let's keep eyes open. Oh, I need to do the mid-air twirl there. This is a fast-paced level. Didn't do the twirl. This is a fast-paced level. What? Huh? Whoa! Oh! God, I don't know what's going on! That's... Hang on. Let me just... Let's review. Let's go so... Right, I can't pause because of the controller I'm using. Let's look. Let's watch. Okay. We have one try left. Actually, what's the clear rate on this? Maybe if the clear rate is really low, we have more tries than that, actually. Might be kind of low. So, Z on that. Jump, mid-air twirl. Jump, land on the thing. Looks like you got mid-air twirl. Maybe you go over the Roy and land on the block beyond. Like, let's look. Does that... Oh, it's not playing anymore because it got to the end. Pro tip, if anyone wants to stop a video without a Y button. I think we can make the distance. I think that's the thing. What's the clear rate? Let me just check. Let's just have a look at the clear rate. And if it's low, we get extra tries. 9 out of 200. That is 3%. we have the right number of tries. Okay, crap. And this checkpoint is free, 1, and 2 wouldn't count. Okay. Shit. Oh, damn it. We got farther, but a music note jump threw us for a loop there. That's really good, Squink. Why is the queue open? That shouldn't be the case. It should be closed. Did I open it for someone else? Not important. Y'all have been good about, you know, not jumping in there. If, you know. Thank you for the level. That's really good. I would love to have another shot at it sometime. Though, if you want to continue just, you know, I think you usually have new levels to give me. That's good as well. Feel like, that was fun. Another... I feel like we could definitely do it, given, you know, if you get in early enough, let's say. Maybe if you get in outside of the lightning round. Difficult. 06I, go ahead and confirm. 06I. 06I says hi. Excellent. Here's another card. Shout out to some guy who did a cool Portal video I saw. Yeah, I just wanted to do a quick shout out to a guy whose name I didn't really get because I just watched the one video of his. He did a cool video where he did a mod where he inverted the portal surfaces from, like, portable became non-portable, and non-portable became portable. And I really enjoyed watching that video. Good 14-minute, like, series of fun exploits to like, do the challenge. A good challenge-type video, would recommend. You can see his name there, and, you know, you can also just search for the name of the video as well. That works. That would work. Excellent. We got like 4 levels left here. Let me do one more card. Let's keep on. I think we have 3 cards left. The first one, hey, yeah, Universal Orlando trip is just a week out now. Let's talk about it. I am excited. I have some images prepared to like talk about what I'm excited about. Probably the biggest thing I'm excited about is Stardust Racers, which is the dueling coaster they have there. In particular, I'm really just taken by this one element, which I don't know if you can really parse what you're seeing here, but basically it's a dueling coaster, right? 2 coasters, they're in sync. There's near misses, there's crossovers, etc. This is a point where one of them goes up a hill and the other one is like above their heads. And then as it goes over the top, it sort of flips over. And the other one goes down the hill on top, and the other one goes down the hill on bottom. And you're literally just like, you can see there, inches away. It looks phenomenal. I'm hearing people say it's like, you know, one of the best coasters of all time. Up there with Velocicoaster for like, this might be Universal's new best coaster. I'm very excited about that. I hope to ride both sides. A couple times. I would like to ride them as many times as possible, honestly, but we'll see. I only have 2 days and all. Also at Epic Universe, there's the Donkey Kong Country ride, which, you know, as a huge Donkey Kong fan, I'm really excited to see. I've heard it's kind of rough. I've heard it's low capacity. I heard you need to get online, like, as soon as possible, or hope it goes down later in the day, I guess. Yes, that's right. That's sort of the gimmick here. You can sort of see from this perspective the ride system and how it works. There's a fake track and a real track, and it sort of makes it look like you're going over gaps in the fake track, just like in the games. I'm really curious how that illusion is. I've heard it is a little bit short, so I'm not 100% sure like it'll be the most thrilling time in the world, but, you know, I'm definitely going to get on it. I'm probably going to get on it both days if I can. I hope the lines are not as bad as it sounds like they are. It's a low capacity ride. Each of those carts just seats like 4 people. I wish they had gone with like you know, in Donkey Kong Country Returns where it's like a bunch of mine carts stuck together for that one mole boss. They should have done that. They should have had the mole guy there as like the conductor or something. That would have made it more of a people eater, you know? Dark Universe is supposed to look fantastic, especially at night. That's going to be great. I've heard that the Frankenstein ride is fucking phenomenal, and I've heard the werewolf ride is so-so, unfortunately, but I really love Time Traveler, so if this is just like a decent little Time Traveler type ride, you know, with the spinning and the high-speed launches and that sounds fine to me. It just maybe will be a little underwhelming and a little short. Scandal noted on Harry Potter, but I've heard that the Ministry of Magic ride is, like, you know, has one of the best queues in all of Orlando and all of Universe, and all of, like, theme parks in general. So I'm definitely very interested to see that. I guess because that's not an Express, even if I get Express, the play will be to just, like, you know, use my early access to just, like, beeline for that or Donkey Kong, like, first thing, and try to get it before it gets, like, a 2-hour wait. And finally, there's the Isle of Berk area that's got the really nice ride there, but I think the thing that really, like, has me excited is the peanut butter, the PB&J cone, which is not peanut butter and jelly, actually. It's pork, bacon, and jam in, like a garlic bread cone with mac and cheese in it, which just sounds like the most delicious thing I've ever heard. And they say it's not spicy, so that's good. You know, there's like another option that has like hot honey in it. That's not for me, but I will absolutely fuck with this. I'm so excited to have this. I've heard it's like one of the best things you can get in a theme park, and that is just really, I'm excited. I'm gonna go get one for lunch or a snack or both or whatever. Maybe day one. Maybe gonna try to do that day one when I'm at Epic Universe, and maybe the second day. Should I try the hot honey one? Should I? No, there's plenty of other places in Epic Universe. If I have another one, it'll be the same one, and it won't be like one of my meals. It'll be just like, oh, here's a quick snack, and it was delicious, so I want another one. You know, there's so many other places I should probably try at Epic Universe that this one place probably shouldn't be the way. I'll also say that Rip Ride Rockit is closing the week after I'm there. So, like on Monday or whatever. So, I timed this trip specifically so I could ride it one last time before it closed. I say one last time. I'll have 3 days at the non-Epic Universe parks. So, I'll ride it a bunch of times. And that'll be fun. It'll be a nice farewell to it. And I'm hoping that whatever they replace it with is like 100 times better. And honestly, it probably will be. What the hell was that? Did I just climb on a piranha plant? Huh? I swear I just touched that piranha plant and I didn't die. Can I touch these piranha plants? No, I cannot. I absolutely cannot. I don't know how I touched that first one. Find the safe ones? The Donkey Kong... Yeah. Find the safe one. Some are vines? How do you... What? What do you mean some are vines? Are the high ones vines? Okay, this one is like sticking out the bottom of the screen. Sticking out the bottom of the screen, sort of like bud halfway out. These are lower than the ones in the last screen, but maybe they're safe. Yeah, okay. The ones that are sort of poking a little bit are safe. Oh, you can't see. I'm sorry. The level bar kind of blocks the business here, unfortunately. But suffice to say, there's piranha plants, and I'm fucking standing on top of them. There's some sort of glitch going on. It's cool. And we got a checkpoint, so that refreshes our doodads. I'm really excited for those... What? Okay, I jumped on one, but it was high, but I still died. I don't know. White teeth? White teeth. Well, I can just kill them now. Suffice to say, I'm standing on these guys and they're not dying, and you know, I'm fireballing them. And it is bizarre. I assume this illusion couldn't work like higher up on the screen, so like y'all can't see. It's fine. I could maybe zoom in. That would help a little bit. In fact, why don't I? Oh, this isn't quite as good because the adjustment thing kind of takes up a lot of the... it's not bad. Kind of helps. Are we all the way zoomed out? Looks weird and strange. But I guess it's just an auto... How is it not... How's the scroll situation work? I'm confused about the way... Is this a vertical level, but with like a scroll lock situation going on? Maybe it's a vertical level on that side with a scroll lock. I'm not quite sure. That's a cool vine. That vine was there's some fun glitches and stuff in that level. I enjoyed seeing it. That was bizarre. Wish it, you know, my UI was kind of in the wrong place for that. But, it is what it is. Thank you, 069. I could have hidden the UI. I could have taken down the bar for a bit. But, whatever. I don't think we've ever done that for a level, so it'd be unprecedented. Thank you, thank you. Let me go ahead and hit complete and do the next one. Bye, hello there. So I'm excited about Universal. Epic Universe sounds amazing. I'll have a good time in the other parks as well. And, you know, definitely do some Volcano Bay. And at the end of the week, we'll have a Disney day with two of my cousins who live in Orlando and are down to, you know, pick me up. They're gonna, my cousin's gonna pick me up on Thursday after I have a full day at the parks. And then I'm going to be staying at the Aventura. And then I'm going to stay at her new house for 2 days, 2 nights. And we do Disney Day on Friday and then fly back Saturday. So that'll be a fun weekend. We'll definitely have a lot to say when I get back. Like I've said, you know, if you look at the calendar. If you look at the calendar, which is right here. You can see that's going to be a whole week. I'll be away for a while, and I'll be doing viewer levels on Tuesday. Once I'm back, it's sort of like, you know, talk about it sooner than later. And that'll be probably a pretty focused stream on just, you know, hey, Epic Universe. First major theme park to open in America over the last, like, 20 years. And as a Universal fan myself, you know, big Universal guy, I'm so excited. And it's going to be so good. I'm almost just worried that 2 days might not be enough, you know? But, whatever. We finished that one, right? Yes. Did I already hit complete? I thought that was 06I's level previously, so... I think I did. Did the bot not, go off or something? Let me just, refresh the Twitch chat real fast. Well, regardless, up next is the next person, who is hello there. Maybe I didn't hit complete. That's fine. I think I did though. I see the level complete thing in the YouTube chat, but not in the Twitch chat. Kind of confused about how that worked out. But whatever, doesn't matter. I have like 2 more cards left. Hello there, please confirm. The next card is like when I get back, my work schedule is gonna change. That's right. I mentioned this on the last stream, on the Tuesday stream. But now I have a card for it. I am, like, saying it formally and officially. I am no longer gonna be hybrid as of, like, a week after I get back from Universal. I'll be going to full-time in office due to a return to office mandate, which, you know, seems to be getting a lot of people. Seems to have gone company to company, like the Grim fucking Reaper. You know, I really goddamn enjoyed hybrid. It's made, you know, continuing the stream whilst, you know, working from an office some of the time a lot more manageable. It will be a lot harder to do, especially Friday streams at the time I've been doing them. But currently my intent is to continue doing 2 streams a week. I might move the Tuesday stream to Monday since, you know, previously I did Tuesday because Wednesday was my work from home day. So if I went late, it wasn't a problem in the morning. You know, now it's going to be a problem in the morning, but I'll just fucking deal with it on whatever day that lands on. I do want to continue trying to do the stream as I've been doing. I want to continue doing a Friday stream and another stream earlier in the week. You know, I want to continue the course on all that. I have no intents of reducing the amount of content per week, I'll say. I'm not happy about the switch back from hybrid. I was hoping that it would never come. I'm pretty sure that, like, there's still... I'm still a little confused, like, oh, is the seating stuff taken care of? Where are we all sitting in 3 weeks? Is there parking available? Not sure at all that this actually will work out at all. I'm concerned for like, my place of work, which, you know, I'm not gonna mention the specific name of. Other than that, they are huge, I guess I could say. They have a campus, you know. I've shown that they have a campus before, so it's like, you know, it's a big company that you've heard of. Suffice to say, you've heard of this company. You have. I know this. And, you know, I try to avoid topics that will require me to do disclosure. You know, there's certain things that I probably shouldn't say. But point is, you know, as far as, like, I can't recommend a competitor, for instance, or them, without saying, like, you know, disclosure, I work for them, but I do think it'll be fine. No, I don't see hello there, by the way, so let's do sudden death and do this level. Excellent, excellent. I think it's going to be fine. I think we're going to manage. I think that, you know, I'll say that this place of work has been pretty good about... Ow, damn, throw the shell. What the fuck am I doing? This isn't that bad. This... And there's plenty of time, so we can really just, like, slow down a bit. And just take our time as needed. Beautiful, okay. Relax, relax, relax. It's not... Honestly, it's rare that you see a Kaizo level. A level in this style that is, like, actually kind of chill. Where you can actually, like, stop and catch your breath. And, relax, relax. And if you do crap like that, it's fine and good. And I'll say I appreciate it, especially since we are on sudden death right now. Ooh. I'll say my place of work has been pretty chill about, like, most people tend to leave the office a little early to beat rush hour traffic, which means that even on a Friday, let's say I'm in the office on Friday, right? I should be able to get home around, like, 4:30 or so, max, and that gives me more than enough time to, like, set up the stream and even have some dinner. Assuming I get out at the office on time every day. which I will try to. Hell, I'll try to get out a little bit earlier. I'll beat the traffic a little bit better even. And it'll be... I think, provided that doesn't change, provided that they, you know, don't, like, really get serious about this be in the office and be there all day situation. Which I would hate if they did, because, like, traffic is terrible at rush hour. You do not want to be in rush hour traffic. Fuck that all the way. It is not worth being in. Assuming that everything stays the same and everything is good, I think the stream will be largely unaffected. Just know that, like, you know, please understand if there's any delays ever in, like, VODs going up or something. Previously, like, if I didn't get a VOD up the night before, I could always get it up the day after, you know, with my lunch break or whatever. That's just not gonna be as viable anymore, unless I do it on my laptop, which I can do, I guess. It's worth noting I can totally do it on my laptop, it's just a little bit less convenience. Oh, I see, do a slide. That said, also, I've been more recently doing the VODs, like, before going to sleep, so, like, no, I think it'll be unaffected. I think that we will be fine. This will be good, and, the only thing I can say is, like, yeah, it sucks to suck, you know? It sucks. I really liked hybrid a lot. Hybrid, I think, is the best way to work. You see people in person on occasion. It is really handy to be able to walk over to someone versus, like, you know, communicating exclusively over IM or calls that you have to go, like, drop into a call with me. Come on, let's go. Do you have time for a call? Hey, Trebucket, how's it going? 41 months. God damn, that's... Wow, it's been a while since I started being a Twitch affiliate, huh? I appreciate the support month in, month out. Hell yeah, dude. I'll say, by the way, I was just talking about how I'm switching from hybrid to not hybrid in like a couple weeks. But hey, vacation in a week. So, you know, that's cool and fun and good. And I don't have to worry about, you know, a non-hybrid work schedule until I'm back. And again, I think I'm going to be able to manage the stream and continue doing as I've been doing, you know, as without much concern. I think it's going to be good. I am a little bit bummed. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish we could stay the course. I wish it could just be hybrid forever. If there was, like, you know, I'll say the obvious, like, you know, if I'm looking for a job next time, I will probably start by looking for hybrid positions before even remote positions. That said, I'm happy with the work-life balance my current job is giving me, and, you know, I'm happy at my current job. Work schedule change aside, it's been really good, and I'm a lot better off now than I was at any point in my previous job. You know, I'm a lot happier. My work-life balance is a lot better. I don't know if I could have, like, become a streamer while I was at my previous job full-time in office. Only when I went, like, full remote at my previous job did it really become viable during the pandemic. And, like, you know, that was relatively recent, you know? It's gonna be weird. This is gonna be the first time that I've been full in office since becoming a streamer, so, you know, very curious how that's gonna go. I don't want it to affect the stream. I don't want it to affect the channel, and I am planning on keeping up the current level of production and the level of, like, streams a week. Maybe Tuesday stream moves to Monday. That's the only upshot, really. And I'll say, like, I used to do Monday, Friday, and when you do Monday, Friday, it's much easier to have a Thursday stream, because that comes after 2 days without a stream. You know, that's just a good schedule, honestly. So, like, maybe we could see more Thursday streams if I move Tuesday to Monday. Maybe that would just feel better. I kind of feel like a little bit stressed out if I do like Tuesday, Thursday, Friday as a stream. You know, it's just like one day without a stream in the middle of like 3 stream days. It's a lot. 2 days break, that's a lot better. Sapphire, Jack, Aquamaster, you are up. I think I have just one more card, one more thing I want to talk about, which is that, oh, I have 2 cards, that's right. What streams should I do once I'm back? I have next to no plans. Yeah, so I haven't really thought about what streams to do, like, once I'm back. I have some plans, as you can see on the calendar. Like, I am going to do more Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 Labor Day weekend. I am going to do something on Friday after I get back from Universal, since I'm going to be talking about Universal on Tuesday rather than on Friday, and moving the viewer levels thusly. I'm thinking Metroid Fusion, the new Metroid Fusion randomizer for that Friday, but we'll see if anything else makes more sense for that. Other than that, I don't really have that many ideas, other than, like, yeah, I'm going to be playing the last 2 Rareware games I have to play for that whole ongoing feature, which, you know, is about to finish its 3rd to last game, Banjo-Tooie, with the double speed gimmick. And after that, I'm going to play a bunch of randomizers, and I also have a bunch of playthroughs that I want to do sometime, like, you know, we mentioned Darksiders 1 and 2. I also want to do Chrono Trigger and Mother 3. There's a bunch of games that I think I would like to do as full playthroughs, honestly. And it'll be great to you know, have the chance to do some that aren't rare games for once. It'll be a nice, just hey, random games again. That said, I do have one idea for a stream that I'm curious if it's a good idea or not. And I would love it if y'all could, like, you know, try to be... I don't know, you know. I would love it. This is a stream where I would love a very active chat for. I'm going to be house shopping pretty soon, right? I'm going to be house shopping pretty soon. Like, after I get back, that's going to be one of my priorities. It's like, it's time now to start looking at houses. It's time now to figure out how exactly you get a loan and, you know, how exactly that all works, and really work this shit out. And one thing I was thinking is, it would be, I think, a neat idea for a stream if it's just like browsing Zillow or whatever and looking at home listings. And I'll say, I will not do it in the location I will actually be looking at. I would maybe look at, like, say, you know, other cities in America, let's say, for sake of example. Let's say Arlington, which I'm not going to be moving to. You know, another part of the DFW Metroplex that is not where I'm going to be setting down roots. You know, let's say, for sake of example. Like, we could totally pick, like, a neighborhood where I'm not interested in and look at some houses and go, like, okay, what do we think of this? Is this a good deal? Is this good for me? Setup-wise, what do you think? Are there deal breakers? And I would love to hear chat's takes on that. I would love to hear chat go, like, you know, I don't see Sapphire Jack, so let's start the level now. I would love to hear chat have some takes on that and say things like, you know, oh, this is, oh, wow, I remember this level. Oh, God. 2 tries, let's go. I remember that, the way forward is you go in one of these pipes. Not that one. I guess it's the one above. Fortunately, there are infinite power-ups. Provided you can get this, pipe open. I think it's this one here. Hello, Friday Witch. Ah! Queue is closed, but you're a new viewer. I can, I'll let you in. Here, have one, Friday Witch. Hey, it's Friday. You know it's Friday, it's your day. Perfect. Thank you. Getting it closed back up. Excellent. One last level after the next 2. Can't wait to see it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the Twitch follows. I appreciate every Twitch follow. I appreciate the raids previously also. I also appreciate everyone subscribing on YouTube, which also needs love for various reasons. And you can watch on YouTube as well, but you know, it's obviously I'm in full compliance with Twitch's policies. You know, it's only if you want to, I guess. Do we need that? Oh, I hope we don't need that. Right, we're not supposed to get this. Not supposed to get this one anyway. Sapphire Jack, it'd be a great time to confirm, by the way. Again, you know how this works. If you're here, I get more tries. So if you confirm, you know, you get converted over, basically. However many tries would be left, will be left. That's an idea I have. I'm wondering if, like, people would enjoy that sort of thing. Honestly, maybe it would make more sense as, like, less of a stream and more of a community hangout, you know? Like, what if I actually was looking at some houses that I was actually interested in, and I did so with, like, you know, Rock Party, or, like, you know, while hanging out with Rock Party, or, like, Trebucket. Trebucket, would you look at houses with me? And, you know, I don't know if you have, like, house opinions and house experience. I would just like someone to be, like, you know, giving me some extra feedback, because, like, you know, it is the sort of thing where once you pick one, once you buy in, it's like, you're fucked, right? You're done. That's one idea I have for a stream. I don't know if it's a good one. And other than that, the only ideas I have are like, yeah, I could do Bananza again. When Bananza was coming out, I did think I would do, like, Bananza multiple times. But then I finished Bananza on stream, so it's not like I can do, like, oh, hey, here's a stream where I play through Bananza. Like, that's already done. But I could do a stream where I tried the speedrun route or something, you know, tried to do all the skips. Like, would that be a fun thing to do? Like, maybe more towards the holidays? I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do for, like, the streamiversary or for Extra Life. I had some ideas from last year, which was like, oh, I could get a bunch of Wii games, or get a Kinect and get a bunch of Kinect games and have that be the gimmick for Extra Life. For streamiversary, maybe I could play Super Mario Maker 2's story mode again, which I haven't done since the game came out. I need to go in here or something? I don't know what you're supposed to do here. I'm going in circles. You'd be down for that? Yeah, we'll see. Maybe, like, looking at actual houses with actual people. Maybe I'd do it in a different Discord where there's more people that I know who, you know, might be able to like, offer feedback. Is that a good, like, community night? Is that the kind of community night that can reignite a community night? Maybe I'd do that in, like, you know, another Discord I'm in. I've been hanging out in, like, I've said before that, like, before I streamed on Twitch, I sort of got more... Before the pandemic, right? I was kind of not that comfortable appearing on camera, honestly. I sort of got more comfortable with it doing, like, Discord hangouts, right? And slowly and surely, like, getting a camera, turning it on all the time, and just being like, yeah, you know what, I'm large, I'm a large fella, nothing wrong with that, you know? Getting more comfortable in my skin was a big part of, like, you know, my path to becoming a Twitch streamer. And, you know, a lot of that time was spent in Discord hangouts and Dan Reichert's community. And those don't happen anymore. But maybe I could do it on, like, the Game Mess Mornings side, you know? Glad you overcame that. Yeah, I'm glad I did as well, you know? I'm a large fella. I am what the doctors call overweight. You know, I've really appreciated in the past seeing You know, like, when I started following Giant Bomb, for instance, I always appreciated how, like, Ryan Davis and Jeff Gerstmann were, like, you know, large dudes, not traditionally attractive, and were just, like, cool as hell. And, you know, they sort of, like, helped me... It was nice to see people who people were fans of, who are not, like, you know... I don't want to say... You know what I mean, right? Like, cool people who were, like, not, like, super fit or anything. You know, sedimentary, as it were. I think that we probably were boned from the start here. This room is not a room to be in. And Sapphire Jack is not here, so let's go ahead and do it. When it comes to streaming, cameras good to get to know the person who's broadcasting, but being attractive is not a requirement. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I have a good face. I have a good face, right? My hair is a mess. Always have bed hair and all that. Headphone hair especially. I don't know what's wrong with these headphones, but these things give me major headphone hair. My previous headphones did not have this same problem. Oh, thank you, Trebucket. I have a great face. I appreciate that. Could have better hair. Wish the hair was a little bit more, stayed down, you know, whatever. Oh, thank you, Friday Witch. You're not my type, so you're not gonna lie. I understand, but, not ugly. Right, no. Fair. Fair. Anywho, I'm not fishing for anything of the sort. I'm just saying, you know... Definitely was a thing I was anxious about, like, you know, 5 years ago, and got really comfortable with, and now it's just, you know, without a second thought, you know? It's been like most of a decade since I even had that sort of anxiety. I'm so out there now, you know? I didn't really take selfies, or that often, that frequently. Probably as a result. I still don't take selfies. I prefer taking pictures of the cool things I am seeing. You know, I'd rather have a nice picture of a roller coaster than me with a roller coaster in the background. That's just my priority. Honestly, I don't know that's as much a I don't know that's just a hang up, right? But it's definitely something that has changed. I have no further ideas for streams in the future. I do have one idea, which is Space Station Silicon Valley, as much as that as we can do in one stream, because there are some levels of that are just fucking hard as hell that I don't know that we can beat. But I think it'd be fun if I just, like, used a cheat code to open all the levels in that and did, you know, finished as many of them as I can. If I can't do one, it's like, that's fine, move on to the next. Even if it's in the same world. Originally, you have to, like, beat a level to do the next one, I think. But, except for, like, you get to a certain point in the world and you unlock the next. You know, then there's 4 worlds and all that. If I unlock them all using a cheat code, then I think it'd be fun to just be as comprehensive and just try to knock out as many as I can. And I think that'd be fun to see how many I could do. That's, like, my only other idea other than randomizers and, you know, like, I'll do a stream where I play Metroid Prime 4 when that comes out. Whenever that comes out. We have no fucking idea. That's, who knows, right? Go ahead and, do Pitch Shifter. Pitch Shifter, go ahead and confirm. And, I got one last card here, which is that I wonder if weekly randos is really going to be viable. That's one of my plans for the near future, is to do, like, random randomizers. I have a whole list on my phone of, like, I don't know, like 15, 20 randomizers that I want to do that's been a while since I did. And the plan is every week to spin a wheel and do whichever one comes up next. And I just did yesterday some setup for an Ocarina of Time randomizer, which I said earlier, the gimmick of that is going to be adult Link only, so I had to remove all the young Link checks from the logic, so that'll be on Sunday. Um, and I also have some stuff set up like, oh, I can put the map on screen if y'all want to see like what our options are as I'm thinking through where I should go next. And also the tracker is nicely customized to fit in the remaining space. You know, that's all very good, and it takes a bit to set up, I'll say. Like last night, I was totally like working on getting that all working, getting the tracker customized to my liking, getting the everything working in OBS, getting all that good to go, and it took probably like 4 or 5 hours of you know, the time after work that I could have been spending like you know, working on other stream stuff, or you know, playing Bananza, or you know, watching movies, I guess. And I am beginning to wonder, like, okay, let's say I spin the wheel at the end of each randomizer. Does a week give me enough time always to consistently set up the next one, get it working, get the tracker all nice and set up? If there's a map tracker, make sure it's nice and, you know, I want it to be on my screen, on my big screen TV, in a way that I can see the tracker as big as it can be, while also seeing the game also as big as it can be. These are some logistical questions I am not sure about, but definitely want to try to make that happen. And I definitely want to play, like, all these randomizers, like, and since I've not been doing Thursday streams recently, been doing more, like, regular standing Tuesday streams, and no variety stream on... Used to do 3 streams a week before I, when I was remote only. And since I switched to hybrid, it's been more 2 streams a week for a while. Pitch shifter isn't here, so it's sudden death, and that's the first try. Let's focus and be good. This is a really cool level with some nice music. We might be able to finish it just by being good at the video game. Indeed. I think we just got a checkpoint. Excellent. That refreshes our tries. And... let's go. It's always scary when you have one try. Especially, during sudden death. But, it is what it is. And, whew. Yeah. I get fewer of them when there's when the person doesn't confirm in chat, is the gimmick, Friday Witch. Since you're here, you will have the maximum amount, or you know, the amount that you get depending on your difficulty level, or if we're going with a super world. Have we not played any super world levels this stream? I feel like, come to think of it, I don't think we did a single super world level this stream. That's very unusual. Usually those are like maybe 20%. Maybe like 25%. Maybe like 1 in 4. Huh. Maybe this will be a super world and this will break the streak. Let's see. It is cool either way, Friday Witch. Let's go ahead and hit complete. You wish you had a Switch when the game was new, but you had to sell it shortly after, so this level is super old, but you wanted to see it again. That's cool. I'm interested as well. You should absolutely get a Switch too. I mean, provided you have the cash flow eventually. You know, I understand it's tough out there. I'll say, you know, I do think the price is reasonable for what it is. You know, comparable with other similar devices, but I understand it is tough out there right now, and you know, I understand some people can't afford it. It is. They are trying to make it as nice as possible, though. You know, I'm really glad they haven't raised the price yet. You know, like that continues to be good. Okay, Cupid is a terrible website. It wasn't great. No, I wasn't into it. Dating sites in general, I just find when I look at them, all I see is deal breakers. Talking to a person, like, over chat or whatever, in, like, Twitch chat or Discord or whatever, I feel like, I see eye to eye with a lot more people, generally, but, I don't know. Didn't really, do it for me. You're still unemployed. You've been employed for like over a year. Dang. Well, hopefully, eventually. Hey, you get a job, you know what you're getting. Assuming that you like video games and want a Switch. Oh, you start a new job on Monday? Oh, that's that's exciting. Hey, I'm happy for you. Shout out to Friday Witch. It's hopefully it's a job you like. What is the deal here? This is just a room with a door. Missing secrets. Yeah. It seems to be building up, like, as we go through level by level. Thing by thing. Stage is called Deja Vu. All these rooms are very similar, are very familiar. This has been... Jeez, that was very close. This has been a fun stream. I, you know, always enjoy a Friday stream, and this has been no exception. Like I said earlier, for the VOD's name, it's probably gonna be called From Nintendo Directs to Poopy Buttholes or whatever I said earlier. That was just too perfect of a straight line, you know. Whenever I... God damn it, we were pretty far in there, weren't we? Did we get a checkpoint? No, we didn't. Whenever I say something quite like that, you know, part of me goes like, "Oh, I just said the VOD's title. That's gonna look great on a YouTube thumbnail, and then maybe someone will click it." That's the hope. I'll say like I feel like you can trust YouTube's algorithm, like as far as you can throw it. Can you throw an algorithm? I think no, and that's why you say that, because you can't throw it. But, whatever, man. Just gonna continue doing as I'm doing, and, you know, be confident in the, dumbass name. We were talking about Poopy Buttholes earlier. Apparently, apparently, I'll say this again, if anyone wasn't there 4 hours ago. Apparently, there's a trend on TikTok, is what I've heard, where, like, red pill type men aren't wiping their butts. They aren't wiping their asses. They're just, you know... That was a good level. That was a fun level. I don't mean to bring it down with talk of Poopy Buttholes, but... Don't do that. Don't do that, men. Yeah, that's the thing. They say that's exactly it. It's a homophobic thing. It's they think that wiping their asses is gay, which is just like, dude, please. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've heard that. Yeah, I just heard that yesterday, so it's new to me. I'm flabbergasted. I'm gonna continue to be flabbergasted. I trust that my chat is full of clean buttholes. Let me be clear. I am not saying that anyone I know does it, but we're all squeaky clean here. You know, no problems whatsoever. Nothing of the sort. That was the last level. I completed it. It was quite nice. We are out of levels, and you know what that means, folks. It means that the stream is stream's over now. Yeah, that was a nostalgia trip. Thanks for playing it. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. No problem anyone whose level got played today. Come back next week. Next week, you know, more viewer levels. Hey, here's the schedule. I'll be back next week for business as usual for one more week before a big Universal Studios vacation. I'm going to be out the week after, but next week it'll be Sunday. I'm going to be doing Ocarina Time Randomizer. I got to get this new 8-bit DOE 64 controller for Analog 3D, which I'm not getting, but I got the controller because I wanted a N64 style controller to use with the PC for randomizers. That's gonna be on Sunday, and the gimmick is there will be no Young Link, and I will be starting with all the items that you get as Young Link and all the checks that you could check only as Young Link. They're all out of here. So I do have to do 5 dungeons worth. I do have to finish... I'm pretty sure I have to finish 5 dungeons to beat the game. And then fight Ganondorf and all that. But it's just those 5. There's a lot fewer checks. I'm thinking it won't be as long as previous times I've done Ocarina of Time Randomizer. But I'm very curious how that's going to go. That's going to be Sunday. Then on Tuesday, it's going to be the finale of Super Banjo-Tooie, or Double Speed Banjo-Tooie, as I have been more recently calling it. That is Banjo-Tooie with the Super Banjo cheat code enabled, which doubles Banjo move speed. We are going into Cloud Cuckoo Land and backtracking next time, as well as the, final world and all that. And I'll say, this controller... One thing I've been thinking about with Canary Mary and all is that since it's a cheated run and anyway, based around a cheat code, I would like to use Turbo to beat Canary Mary, who sucks. So... It is a happy coincidence that I just got this controller, which was delayed several months. I just got this controller, which totally has a turbo function. That is just so serendipitous, I can't believe it. Like, it arrived at the perfect time. I imagine the VOD title will reference 8-Bit Dough directly on that Banjo-Tooie stream. I'm pretty sure I already have it in mind. I'm probably going to say the words, by the grace of 8-Bit Dough, and in regards to this oddity, in regards to this perfect timing, and that's going to be the name of that bod, Double Speed Banjo-Tooie, final part, by the grace of 8-Bit Dough. I bet that'll look great on a thumbnail. That's on Tuesday. Look forward to that. Let's finish it up before vacation. And finally, there's going to be one more viewer levels Friday before I go on vacation. When I'm back from vacation, there will be viewer levels on Tuesday, so I can tell you about Epic Universe. And, I'll talk about the other 3 parks and also the Disney parks I do with my cousins as well. But Epic Universe talk will be coming up real nice and hot. Look forward to that in the near future. There's other stuff on the schedule as well. There's other stuff on the calendar. Like, I'll do Metroid Fusion Randomizer, I think, the end of that week after I'm back. And I'll do more Mario Galaxy 1+2, switching games every 7 lives this time on Labor Day weekend. That is a ways out. For now, just say, hey, these next 3 streams, this next week, that is all you have to do. Eventually, we'll get back to business as usual, and it'll just be Friday and either Tuesday or Monday for some sort of other thing, and irregular stream now and again. Thank you for coming by, folks. Let me send any Twitch viewers out on a Twitch raid. We got a lot of viewers tonight, probably on account of all those raids that have come in tonight. Let me see who is streaming. I guess Dan Reichert and Trebucket, Trebucket is you, Trebucket, and Mike Minotti, Tolkoto, as he's sometimes known, are both traveling, so I can't raid them. There are a lot of people streaming, though, so I'll send you... I see Mario Kart. I see someone playing Patapon. I see Ultramentality playing Donkey Kong 64 Randomizer. What are we thinking? I see Mr. Justizy doing viewer levels. And Zach Devine as well, doing viewer levels. Does that say out of time? He might be ending. I'm gonna say... Zach Devine is on a break. Okay, let's send you to Chatosaurus, who is doing viewer levels. We'll send you to more viewer levels. That's fine. That's good. Hey. Y'all came from various viewer level streams, and I will send you to another viewer level stream. That is just a thing that makes sense to do. Alright, folks, I'll see you on Sunday for Ocarina of Time. I appreciate y'all coming down and hanging out and crap. And I'll also see you on Tuesday for Banjo-Tooie, the finale of that. And I will also see you next Friday for more viewer levels. And after that, Universal Studios, Florida, and Islands of Adventure in Epic Universe, and also a little bit of Disney. And Volcano Bay, can't forget about Volcano Bay. But yeah, Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, this next week, vacation thereafter. Let's fucking go. People are pledging to have a good night in chat. I love to see it. All right, folks, I'm going to send you over there. Y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Good night. Bye.